Nu de laatste dingen aan het checken is, hoeveel minuten wachten we nog? Meneer de koersdirecteur, we hebben nog...
Some recent winners. This is the 100th edition. Sylvain Chavanel hoping to become just the 4th French winner. Pipo Pozzato in what could be one of his final Ronde van Vlaanderen, riding for Southeast Venezuela. Belgian champion is Preben van Hekke, riding for Topsport Vlaanderen Baloise. Just behind him, the man hoping to become the first Dutch winner in 30 years, Lars Boom. It's been a long time since Adrie van der Poel crossed the line in first position. The winner in De Panne, Louis Westre, will be supporting him in Astana colours. Another Dutchman.
Team Sky.
There, and a local man, Jens Kukelera, riding for Orica Green Edge. At a first ever Norwegian win 12 months ago, the most in form of the two Norwegians, that man there, Edvald Boasson-Hagen for the African team, Dimension Data. But of course, on a very sad note, there was more than a minute's silence and lots of remembrance for Antoine Dumoitier, who very sadly died at Gent-Wevelgem last Sunday.
Thank you.
Well, his Wanty Group Goubert team pulled out of their midweek races. They are back this weekend. They are riding for Antoine to try and pull off the best result possible. And honour his memory. Zdeněk Štýbar is perhaps one of the big favourites, the former Czech national champion, the cyclocross superstar, in the same superstar team as Nicky Terpstra, second, of course, 12 months ago. Geraint Thomas, winner of Paris-Nice. He heads Sky's challenge alongside the former world champion and new signing, Michał Kwiatkowski, who knew he could ride the cobbles. He certainly proved it to everybody at Edrie Harelbeke. Sepp van Marken, we've known he could ride cobbles for quite a few years now, since he won Omloop at Nieuwsblad. The day will come when he wins a big one. Will that day be today? This man won the big one last year, Alexander Kristoff from Stavanger, and the final time at the Ronde van Vlaanderen, Fabian Cancellara, the three-time winner, hoping to become the most successful man in the race's history. Now, we haven't had a world champion winning in the rainbow jersey for 10 years. Tom Bonen, the last man. Sagan hoping to become the latest. Greg van Avermaet is the Flemish rider in form. He won Omloop at Nieuwsblad and will need to rid the curse of at Nieuwsblad if he's to win today. And the most romantic of wins would be for this man, without doubt. Tom Bonen, 3 times winner, has not had any sort of form in the last few months. Had a nasty crash at the end of last year. If anybody in Flanders could pick their winner today.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
buiten rijden. Nog 8 kilometer neutralisatie hoor. Dus nog 8 kilometer zonder koers. En dan gaan ze de vlag naar beneden gooien en dan komt die eerste ontsnapping. Misschien wel heel snel op gang, dat gaan we dadelijk.
Over Karel, maar dit zijn allemaal voortekenen dat het een heerlijke dag wordt hier in Brugge. We rijden de Dijver op waar je een bootje kan nemen om Brugge rond te varen als toerist. Het is een fantastisch gevoel om op de motor te zitten na een heel vreemde periode eigenlijk voor iedereen in de karavaan. Laten we ons hopen dat het een heerlijke dag wordt. Ik kijk even achterom, zoals je zei, de koers geneutraliseerd en dan gaan we straks starten in een van de eerste dorpjes buiten Brugge. Lopem, daar ligt kilometer 0 ter hoogte van een plaatselijk bankkantoor met bepaalde sponsorbelangen.
Renaat neemt afstand van de groep waaruit nog niemand wegrijdt op dit moment. Maar dat zal echt niet lang meer duren, vermoed ik. Voor iemand het gaat proberen. Misschien afwachten tot we de dorpskern uit zijn. Hooglede ligt na 27 kilometer op het traject. Het was een beetje de droom van de familie Mijngeer dat het peloton daar even zou stilhouden, halt houden, om eer te betonen aan Daan. Of dat zou lukken, dat is maar zeer de vraag natuurlijk in de waanzin die zo'n Ronde van Vlaanderen met zich brengt. Want hier hebben we al een eerste poging tot ontsnapping. En dat is ook niet toevallig, dat is de ploeg van Walter Plankaert. Renaat?
Ja, en het is...
We zijn al zo'n voetbal tegen. Ja. Dat is waar. Zijn de klaar? Ja, hier. Hopla. Ja, mocht je toch? Lekker. Mevrouw, ik kan slaren daar. Hier, Thomas, Thomas. Tossato. Ja.
Alexander de Croo was er ook duidelijk herkend. De man die nu vriendelijk handjeschudt. Ondertussen wordt het steeds maar drukker met de molen die passeren. Ondertussen heeft ook Rogies zijn tweede aandenken gekregen. Zijn tweede cadeau van de nacht. Uniek is dat 36 voor de 36e editie die hij toen won in dat proefetenjaar 1992.
Bij hem gezien?
Ik heb hem gezien. Politiekers.
Emmanuel Erviti is in there, as is the Canadian Ugo Ull. Federico Zurlo of Italy. Hies van Heuke is the Belgian rider in there. And we also have a rider from Bora Argon 18. 6 of them are away. That is Postelberger alongside.
Ja, daar.
Ze hier nog. We demareren weer, kijk. Nog drijven hier. Wat is de haas? De bakkers, hier. Kees. Christophe daar, Specialara. Boeren. Tanking. Ferrari. Stibar. Hier Kwiatkowski. Hey Thomas! Thomas!
Previously. So 6 riders out there, 46 seconds of an advantage. Magnus Bechster is alongside me, and we were talking this morning, Magnus, about the possibility of a break not going away, and by the time it went away, they were a little too tired to get any sort of big advantage at all. There's 166 kilometers remaining, but just over 60 kilometers until we start the first climb. Not going to be a big break, this one today.
No, it definitely isn't. I had that feeling this morning already that there was. Trying to get back up to that breakaway. It's number 195.
Kenny de Haas, of course, it's such an important day for Wanty Group Gobert to try and honour their fallen comrades' memory today.
Massively so, and I think that's exactly what he's doing here. He's putting everything on the line to make it up into the breakaway and all of that. And yeah, who knows what's going to happen.
We're approaching Oudenaarde for the first passage of the day. This is the town which we now centre the Ronde van Vlaanderen around in its brand new route. It's the 5th year of the new route, and we always know that it hasn't been popular with all, but last year saw a few small changes. We didn't have a big group of riders on the last lap of the Quaremont and Paterberg circuit. The winning move went just before then in 2015. Actually went on the Kruisberg. We saw Nicky Terpstra attacking, Alexander Kristoff up there with them. 13k from the final climb to the finish. It's not too dissimilar in terms of distances to the old route that finished up in Merelbeke. We had the Muur, of course, then.
Yeah.
We don't have that this year, but I think we still have a very good course to produce an excellent race.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. We've seen that over the last couple of years as well. There has been some awesome racing being done on this particular course. Although, as a bit of a purist in terms of this, I miss the Muur van Giersbergen and the Bosberg. I think Bosberg was probably better in terms of a way of being able to launch an attack on, whereas the Patersberg now, which is the final climb nowadays, is more of a question of surviving over the top of it. It is such a steep climb that it doesn't really lend itself to attacking type of racing. It's just whoever can effectively pedal up it in some sort of a half-decent way is going to be the man riding away from everyone else.
Well, it has produced some brilliant racing over the last few years. It's said that it's now a harder Tour of Flanders than it was when Tom Bonen was last winning it a few years ago. Of course, 2012 was his last win, first year on this new finish when he outsprinted Pipo Pozzato back in the day then. Is the Tour of Flanders too hard for Tom Bonen nowadays, or has Tom Bonen's power waned enough that he's not as big of a contender as, say, Fabian Cancellara in his last year?
I think it's more likely that Tom has he's had a couple of really tough years and difficult years with injuries and so on, and that's kind of hampered him a little bit in terms of his preparation, and then probably he has lost some of the top end that he used to have. We shouldn't write him off for a possible win at the Tour of Flanders still, but I think it's just more of a question that he needs everything to fall into place right in front of his eyes for this to be a possibility for him. But that's part of the charm about these races up here in Belgium, northern France, where anything can happen at any point, and it usually does. So to me, that's it just opens up a wide range of riders who can actually win this bike race.
Well, we've got the bike race going on, but we've also a real fair, a kermes, a celebration, a real celebration
just
going on in
celebration
in
of sport, isn't it?
It is. It's a wonderful weekend, and we arrived yesterday. We came over from the United Kingdom yesterday. We arrived about lunchtime, walked into the square in Oudenaarde, past this Centrum Ronde van Vlaanderen, which is a brilliant museum. We actually went in and had a beer and soaked up a bit of the atmosphere. As a former winner of a cobbled monument in Paris-Roubaix yourself, and a man who loves racing this, it's a brilliant tribute to everything that this special sport has to offer, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is, and the fact that you can go out here now and ride a Sportive the day before, and actually get a feel for what these riders are going through, and then get an appreciation for how fast they're riding across some of these sections of road. And I think it's if you have an opportunity, if you're into your bike riding, then it's something that I think you need to do at some point.
Fabian Cancellara, 35 years of age, undone his helmet. He obviously wants to change something here. He's not happy about something as he comes into Oudenaarde. Now, think back to the feed zone a few years ago.
Too hot.
Too hot in his aero helmet.
Yeah.
But think back to the feed zone a few years ago. It wasn't a good memory for Fabian Cancellara. He crashed. He was out of the Tour of Flanders. Do you think he will be getting nervous in moments like this, having flashbacks, or is he such a concentrated racer? 4 wins already this year, one of them at Strade Bianche.
Iemand die van Vlaanderen houdt. Het is niet voor de eerste keer dat hij komt meedoen. Het is zelfs een van de anciens wat de deelnames betreft aan die Ronde van Vlaanderen. Hij had zijn neus niet op voor de kasseien en is er ook voor gekomen.
Ja, dat is niet voor geval. Herviti was trouwens de man die eigenlijk mee op pad was met die hele mooie ritwinst van Thomas de Gent in Catalonië vorige week. Dat was de man die daar moest afrijden al een hele
happen and has happened in the past in certain places, then you'd be scared to get out of bed in the morning. So and certainly as a bike rider, I think that 3-second goldfish memory is kind of good to have with you. You only, if you crash once at 50k an hour, next time it should be possible to go around that corner at 51k an hour. And I think that's the kind of rider certainly a lot of these guys are.
Well, if you've never been to Oudenaarde before, just to paint a little picture of where we're sitting talking to you from, you saw the big left-hand turn that the peloton made there, past the Tour of Flanders centre. Well, if you carry on straight up that road for another 300 metres, that...
Come on! Kenny! This
is where this, in inverted commas, new finishes. It's not that new anymore, like I said, the 5th year here. Oele, Zurlo, Herviti, Van Hucke, all in the breakaway today. And they are with Kreder and Pustelberger, the Dutch and Swiss, the Dutch and Austrian riders, pardon me.
Iemand die van Vlaanderen houdt. Het is niet voor de eerste keer dat hij komt meedoen. Het is zelfs een van de anciens wat de deelnames betreft aan die Ronde van Vlaanderen. Hij had zijn neus niet op voor de kasseien en is er ook voor gekomen.
Ja, dat is niet voor geval. Herviti was trouwens de man die eigenlijk mee op pad was met die hele mooie ritwinst van...
Good to go. The teams we're happy with as well, because there's not teams that were likely to end up giving us an awful lot of help to control the bunch or to work later on. There's not, so they don't have a favourite sitting back in the bunch. And I think that's part of why it took so long before this break got established this morning as well. Very complex situation with so many favourites in so many different teams this year.
We just hope they don't look at each other all afternoon long.
I'm sure there will be a bit of racing, there's no doubt in my mind.
Ugo Ulder, really excited about racing today, the Canadian. He's in the white, blue and brown jersey for Age des Ailes Mondial. He said that he's been at home in Provence, in his French home. He's actually a French Canadian from the Quebec province. He actually lives
The opportunity to step up to the plate.
There's Mihailov on the right-hand side, the Bulgarian champion riding for CCC Sprandi Polkovice. He was involved in the early breakaway attempts, and I think that'll be a team that's disappointed it hasn't made the final breakaway, because they were part and they instigated most of the big attempts, didn't they?
No, yeah, you're definitely right there, and CCC is a team that tend to ride in that way as well, where they have to make the breakaway. Yeah, it's unfortunate that for them that they haven't made it.
Well, 4 minutes and 12. Just to finish the point about Ugo Ul that I was making a moment ago, he said that the day before is a real special feeling. It's like a mix of stress and excitement to be in one of the greatest races in the history of cycling. Getting in the breakaway would be great, he said. So he obviously had a bit of a plan to do that today. He said after these classics, he's going to return to Quebec and he's going to try and build up to the Giro d'Italia. So it's interesting as we see Kenny de Haas trying his best to honour the memory of his teammate Antoine Demoitier, who was very, very sadly killed last week at Ghent-Wevelgem. Still somewhere in between. He was 50 seconds away at the last camp, but he can see some motorbikes up ahead. In the meantime, we've got the feed zone coming up. 1:43, oh dear, he's drifting.
En dan komen ze gewoon echt langs.
an attempt in vain to get out there.
Well, certainly an attempt to bridge across to that group, but I think based on what they're riding for and what they got with them in their hearts and minds today, he will keep on pushing himself.
It's all about the effort, isn't it?
Yeah, all about it.
All about the effort, and Wanty Group about simply turning up to the start line here is enough to honour the memory of Antoine Desmoitiers. Lots of Dimension data fans tuning in, I'm hearing. And they've got a real chance today with Edvald Boasson-Hagen. Have all the men to look after him as well. They've got an experienced team. Boasson-Hagen with Bramier, who was in the breakaway last year. The South Africans Dougal and Reinhard Janssen van Rensburg with J. Robert Thompson. They've also got Farah's going to be there at the pointy end, you would think. Bernie Isley, if he can get some fitness back. Very, very difficult Tour of Catalonia for him last week. And Mark Renshaw as well. If they play their cards right for Boasson-Hagen today, there's a real chance for the Norwegian. Yam Cycling, first time on the picture with Martin Elmiger, bit of an outsider today. Elmiger, Hausler, Devenines, Olivier Naassen. They've not got a bad team of the Swiss team who, let's face it, are struggling as a World Tour team in stage races. They're not really cutting the mustard at the minute, but the classics is where they could be ready to find their niche.
Yeah, it's I think they've found themselves in that position where they got riders who are very good, but not quite the top step. And let's face it, there are... for the wins in whether it's one-day classics or whether it's international big stage races, and it can take you a bit of time as well to build up and build the riders that you have. There's two ways of going about it. You either go out and you do some serious shopping and have a big wallet with you, or alternatively you get some riders who are not far. And everything will help them grow and grow into being major contenders.
Well, the major contenders at the moment, relaxing in the peloton and having some lunch. There aren't many moments you can really relax in this race. This is one of the few, given the fact we've got this situation now with a let's say, in inverted commas, harmless breakaway with all due respect to the riders who are out there. Yeah. 4 minutes and 1. This is your 5 minutes of peace all day, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there isn't an awful lot of peace to be had. That's for sure. And you know, we're not that far out from the first climb on the going up the Eau de Quadmont the first time. You know, that comes with 151.9 kilometers to go. The chaos that tends to be had going up the cobblestones and going across the flat and over the top on the cobblestones up there. As we're now turning in, this is the final little section in towards the Eau de Quadmont. Very, very narrow road here, and It's somewhere where you always want to get into this particular part of the leading towards Eau de Quadremont, right very much on the front, if not worst case, second row. And at that point you can kind of decide yourself how fast you ride up it.
Eau de Quadremont, this is where the Tour of Flanders proper starts. It's climbed 3 times. It's the first and penultimate climb of the race. Actually the longest climb as well in the Tour of Flanders. 2.2 kilometers long. 4% average gradient. Steepest point comes in at about 12%. Cobbled almost in its entirety. It's funny, it's often described as the odd one out around this part of the Flemish Ardennes because it's not steep and it's not short.
Well, the climb itself is actually on a specific part of the climb. It is quite steep. It's that's a big banner, that is.
Thank you very much to Fabian. He's going to see that 3 times anyway.
Yeah. But the climb itself is actually quite steep. It's not particularly long with the cobblestones, but the biggest issue with Eau de Quadremont is the kilometre and a bit over the top, which is still cobbled, and that's usually where the race gets blown apart. So this part, it just gets a little bit steeper on the road. You get around the next corner up here now, and that's where the cobblestone starts, and yeah, it's a serious one.
Well, 600 metres asphalted, 1,600 metres of cobbles. Above all, instead of a steep rant, it's the old quarter hill that just gets longer and steadier. The cobbles fairly well maintained here by comparison to the rest around here.
Yeah, they're not too bad. I mean, the smoothest ride is still on the right-hand side of the road, coming up onto the cobblestone section here, and then kind of flicking across to the left-hand side before you're finishing, coming into the town town, I don't know, there's about 5 houses, I think, which is but yeah, let's call it a little town then. And you've got to make sure that you change your gear and everything onto the big chain ring when you're hitting the entrance to the town.
Onto the cobbles for the first time. And we all love the Ronde. You can see a little bit of mud on the right-hand side. Not a day to be going in the gutters, really. We saw wet cobbles yesterday on the Koppenberg, which we'll see later on. And we actually had 2 teams in their reconnaissance having to walk up. Scheger 1985 again and all that bad weather. Sky and Astana were forced to dismount and get up and walk. 2 of their cars actually told off from the organisers for just putting a little too much mud in the middle of all the cobbles as well.
Well, the Koppenberg is a difficult climb at
22%, isn't it?
At the best of time, it's difficult to get up there. I have myself actually run up that one before, so it is tricky. If you don't get it right, and if you're not in the first couple of riders and get a clear line, then anything can happen, and it's too steep for you to start again.
Hamburgers, wine, beer, frites, they're all on sale. They're being enjoyed in copious amounts at the minute by everybody on the side of the road. The riders enjoying it in a rather different manner. Cross.
Yeah.
You know you're first onto the Quadremont in a Tour of Flanders. This image will stay with you forever, won't it?
Yeah, it definitely will do. I mean, it's such a great atmosphere to ride through here, and you know the fans are just incredible in terms of the knowledge that they have about the sport and how much they support every rider, regardless of where they come from and what team they ride for. You just get, it's just, I can't really put words to it.
Special,
yeah.
Hees van Hoekers, the man in the white, yellow and blue at the front. Extremely popular rider in these parts, as is his team, Topsport Vlaanderen. Walter Plankert's team. He said that they were hoping for a top 20 today. Maybe with Peter van Speebroek, who's just about their top man. Now, as you can see, a little drier up the top here. Riders looking for the gutters already. In the meantime, Kenny de Haas doing his best in the chase, but he's slipping further back. 2:07 now from the group behind him with the peloton. having put their food away in the pockets, just retaking the chase again. It begins to go below 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's more the chasing for position, getting onto the other quadrant. That's the key, sort of key here. That's why we're seeing the gap sort of coming down a slight bit. I don't think there's any kind of chase going into it just yet.
Kenny de Haas wearing a black armband on the left-hand side as well, in tribute to Antoine Desmoitiers. I think that jersey's going to get applause and a big cheer wherever it goes today, Wanty Grubel. Haas, very recently a World Tour rider with Lotto. Hands on the tops there as he rides over the crown. What's your preferred way of riding the cobbles, both in hand? Position and where you want to ride them?
Well, I tend to just ride on the hoods. I just felt more in control of my bike at any point. But when you're riding really super fast on flat bits of cobbles in something like Roubaix, it's either on the tops like we just saw Kenny do, or down in the drops. That you tend to want to get a really solid grip on the bike.
Stijn Vandenberg lives around here on the fronts. Big guy for Edix Quickstep today, and we've had already our first little stoppage at the back. One of the riders maybe getting caught up in the mud on the right hand side. Yes, indeed. It's Stijn Stales.
Yeah.
Very good cycling stock, of course. Lotto at the front, and this is the moment for the first time when all the big teams will just want to have a presence near the front. You see Stuyvens there, not too far away from the Trek jersey, the left-hand side.
Just watching the left-hand side, it's still a bit damp there, and you can see the riders sort of finding it difficult to get the traction into on the bike and actually move forward on those really wet stones.
Fran Ventoso was the more advanced of the Movistar riders, and there's Tom Bonham. Edvard Boasson-Hagen alongside him as well in his Norwegian champions jersey. Sky also notable for having quite a few riders at the front for the most part of the last 15k or so we've been watching.
Well, I think it's important to start this the first cobbled section and cobbled climb here at the very front of the bike race, because like I said, you watch what happened down the back of this one. The guys who stood still down there waiting. By the time they get to the top here, you know, you're looking at almost a minute and a half to move from the very last position to the very front again. And that's an awful lot of energy to spend, whether you do it on your own or whether you actually got a teammate who does that work for you. There are better ways of spending that energy at a later point. So I think Sky are doing the right thing in getting themselves near the front and just making their presence felt.
Sky, pardon me, with Rowe, Thomas, Stannard, Kwiatkowski. Who do you think's their real leader today, or is there one?
I think we're probably looking at two big leaders in Geraint Thomas and probably Kwiatkowski. But I think they're playing two very smart cards as second options in Luke Rowe and Ian Stannard. And I think both of those guys will probably see them actually go for some serious moves. Although it looks like the two Welshmen just came through the picture. They are riding very much together, and I know Luke did a fantastic job last year for Geraint Thomas. Didn't quite work out, but nevertheless it was some solid riding. So I think what can be interesting for Team Sky as well is that we got a rider that's just come onto their team from probably the most notable classics team over the past 10-15 years in Ethics Quickstep, and the knowledge and the way the tactical awareness and the way of riding a classics race that he's brought with him from Ethics Quickstep into Team Sky could be very important.
Well, we are going to offer you a few images from the women's race later on. I can tell you that there's been a crash involving Janneke Gunvaldsen of High Tech Products, a few other riders going down as well. Once they get onto the Quaremont, Paterberg and the finish, we'll be able to show you little live clips of exactly how that race is going. In the men's race, 150 kilometres to go, 2 minutes and 26 for the six-man breakaway ahead of Kenny de Haas, 3:57 ahead of the main peloton, and you can see it's a long old way up the Quaremont.
Yeah, it is a very long way, and when you go full, you know, flat out, the false flat section in the middle. They are just now, and it's one of those where it's borderline whether you can ride the big ring or not. So, yeah, difficult section of road here.
Difficult section of road, full section of people watching in the crowd, and after the problems that we've had over here in Belgium in the last few weeks, it's brilliant to see people still out on the side of the road, still enjoying their days, and really doing what the Belgian public really enjoy doing best, watching bike races. Mihailov on the back here. Just in front of him, number 193, Jérôme Bonny, who rides for Wanty Group Gobert as well. Great aerial shot there at the top of Old Quarter Hill, the Oude Quaremont. So we have our next climb in 10 kilometers time. So we've had the first of 18 bergs today. Quaremont climbed 3 times, Paterberg twice, but what else stands out for you? We talked about the Koppenberg, 22%. The Taaienberg should be an interesting one. The Bonenberg, as we like to call it in recent years. Tom Bonen showing some real strength in Edri Harelbeke there, as we see the monument to Karel van Woenendaal. There today, I can tell you it's warm in that sunshine as well. Lots of people out there with the early beers going down. Hot dog stands were busy, weren't they, when we walked through Oudenaarde earlier on?
They certainly were, weren't they?
Lampre Merida with Davide Cimolai and Marco Kump today to have a go for them. I think their main objective was to make the break. They took a bit of pressure off last week by getting that first win through Davide Cimolai, and you get to the end of March, start of April now, 2nd of April. People don't often feel too confident about things in teams if you haven't got the win out of the way. For Lampre Merida, that would have been a huge thing, and for Giant Alpecin, the only World Tour team without a win so far, that's going to make things more nervous, more tense in the bus before every race.
Yeah, it tends to get to that point, I think.
Back with de Haas. Sterling ride from him, all on his own as well, no real support. As we saw, a bit of wind was blowing across the Quaremont. 147 kilometres to go. Well, understandably, a lot about the history of the Ronde van Vlaanderen this year being the 100th edition. Actually, all started as a publicity stunt for 37 riders in 1913. That was the year that stainless steel was invented, by the way. A lot of industry in this part of the world. And this race actually grew thanks to the proximity in the calendar to its sister race, let's say the Paris-Roubaix, as an early bike change. He knows that if he were to win, it'd be a big outsider, but he certainly buries himself for his team, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and I think today is more of a day of repaying his teammates for all the work that they do for him on the rest of the other bike races around the year.
Oh, and we've had a crash. We've had a couple of riders down.
Geraint Thomas.
From Sky, you have Geraint Thomas. You have a rider from Francis Desjeux. Tom Bonen is back on his bike. It looks as that could be Arnaud Demar. There's a shake of the head going on because we've 2 Francis Desjeux riders waiting, and Arnaud Demar looks like him from up on high, but we'll have to wait and check. Bernie Eisel as well, I think, has hit the ground. Daira Quintana is down.
Again.
And that is indeed Arnaud Demar, and he looks a right old mess, I'm afraid.
There's not a lot left on his jersey there, is there?
Skin suit for the day, Arnaud Demar. That's a reflection on the weather. But he went down. He's obviously feeling the crash. You saw a few shakes of the head. And Arnaud Demar, alongside several other riders hitting the deck. It's Mark Renshaw who's gone down for Dimension Data.
Let's watch what happens here.
Left-hand side. Very close to the front, isn't it?
So what, it almost looked like they hooked handlebars because they were slowing down and trying to sort of get themselves apart, and all of a sudden they went on the ground. That was weird.
Also caught up was Bernie Eisel, as we saw, and we're having problems as well now for riders from Team Giant Alpecin. Zico Whitens, and he is the man they were hoping to try and take the win with. So problems for some of the leaders already. Arnaud Demar visibly struggling. Zico Whitens, who was not one of the main men, but one of the guys that Giant Alpecin was hoping to do something with, and just shows, even before we get to the main menu, if you like, we've only had the starter in one climb from Eau de Quaremont. The race can be effectively over for some people.
Yeah, it definitely can be, and then when you have crashes happening so close to the front, there's not an awful lot you can do about that. And you know, racing in Belgium is the one place in the world where you have to be in the top 15-20 all the time, regardless of what stage of the race it is. You just spend as much time as you can. I think someone may have just gone
on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it is actually Arnaud Demar who goes down first with
Sagan out the way, Martin out the way. And if you're thinking of Sky, Geraint Thomas already down, looked okay back in it, and Kwiatkowski already had a bike change. It's little things like that that can add up towards the end when you're looking on your reserves of energy.
Yeah, they definitely can do it, and I don't know why, but Geraint Thomas seems to find himself in these situations an awful lot where he gets, through no fault of his own really, gets taken down in a crash, and I don't know why. It's just very, very randomly bad luck all the time.
Now, not all the climbs in the Ronde van Vlaanderen are cobbled. This is one that doesn't have cobbles. This is the Trka, 1 kilometre long, 6.6%, but there's a maximum gradient of 17% here. And it's the addition of all these together, the distance, the fighting for position. It really is a war of attrition out there on the road.
Yeah, it is, and I think the way to do this race and the way to do any of the classic races is to be very aware and very knowledgeable in terms of the roads that you're riding in, when they're turning, what the climbs are looking like. More so, when you get into the top here, how far is it from here until your next climb, or till the next cobblestone, until whatever happens, so that you can, okay, have I got time, can I back down into the group and try and hide a little bit, and then make the effort to get to the front of the next more difficult section of road. That, you know, it is a way of saving energy. You got to effectively spend energy to save energy, and I think that's the key to classics riding.
You're talking of saving energy. I was putting some energy in. We've got a lovely tray of chocolate and Belgian biscuits here in front of us today. The fuel for 5 hours behind the microphone. Kenny de Haas, fueled, of course, by the memory of Antoine Demoitier. He's onto the Trka. There's a little repeat of its vital statistics. Climbing 64 metres over the course of a kilometre. Hence the average of 6.4%.
Do you need a calculator for that one?
I might do. My mental arithmetic's not great anymore. It's been a while since school. A rider down at the back here. Again, the nerves, everything just bunching together as we go into every single one of those little turns. Lotte NL Jumbo already had a rider down in that last crash. Just making sure. Oh, it is Sepp van Marke. And Sepp van Marke, what are you doing at the back there?
I don't know what is. It may have happened further up in the bunch.
Thankfully for him, he's got a very nice man from Tinkoff who's come out to help him. Of course, you never know when you might need a favour in the world of biking. And Sepp van Marke.
That's actually my old mechanic, Berto Nazareno.
I guess Tinkoff, the car at the front here. Sepp van Marke having to wait a while, and it's part of the problem, isn't it, in bike racing?
His brake lever has gone bust as well, so he needs another bike.
When you've got the car at the wrong time, throw to the bike at the end, and this coming just before one of the climbs as well. And yes, it's early in the race, but he's going to have to expend energy that he could have already otherwise saved as he changes his bike a good 30-40 seconds after.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's taken a long time to get that. Let's see what happens up here now.
Just at the back.
Huh. Just spot what went on there.
You can see there's been a little bit of clash with the rider from Ronde in front of him as well. He's holding his right hip. In the meantime, he can't get clipped in. There's all sorts of problems for Sepp van Marke and Lotto and El Jumbo.
I think he may have actually damaged his shoe there, because
he's radioing in, isn't he?
Yeah, it's not normal that you pull your foot out like that.
What a disaster. And it's been such a happy few days for Sepp van Marke as well. He's had some great
news.
He
almost lost it around the corner. That was why.
Well, thankfully he didn't. But Sepp van Marke finished second at Game Game last week, 3 days after making his 2016 Flanders bow at E3. That was, he's attempting to deliver his first big result really since Omloop at Nieuwsblad a few years back, when he announced himself on the scene. Changed teams after that, but this week he released the news that he's getting married in August, and he'll become a father for the first time in September. So despite the disappointment there,
Kom Fabien!
and that's Zico Whitens at the back from Team Giant Albertine, who we saw going down in that last crash. And well, 138 Ks to go. We've already had action and incident.
Yeah, welcome to Flanders. And I think that what they're doing here now is quite clever. The pace is not super strong in the front, so they're just nice and steadily riding their way back, picking up one team car after another, and not panicking, because when you hit that panic button, you go in with the adrenaline and you want to get back into the bike race as quickly as possible. That's when you waste energy. Just using a couple of your teammates to sort of nicely just cruise back into the back of the bunch, and then start picking off riders and moving up into the good positions again. That's the way to do that, really.
Talking of teammates, two teams using teammates well, Tinkoff and Etix. You can see Iljo Kessa on the right-hand side. He's in the blue. He's riding for the likes of Stibar, Terpstra, Bonen and the rest. Well, any of that lot could end up winning the race today, apart from Kessa. Well, not that he doesn't have the ability, but of course he's going to be using himself up early on.
But has that been their issue this year, is that they got too many chefs?
Well, there's been a lot of criticism thrown the way of Wilfried Peters for maybe some outdated tactics. Numbers at the front. Of course, that's only an opinion, and it's an opinion that's widely held amongst cycling journalists at the minute. You've seen lots of column inches devoted and written to it. Is it the correct one, Magnus? Have they been getting it wrong, or has it just been bad luck?
I think there's an element of them having actually got it wrong, but then at the same time, playing it with numbers in the front is obviously a very good thing, but you also got to make sure that you've got the very front of it. You can't play that game in terms of expecting someone else to do the work for you at that point. So, you know, you got to if you're playing with having 8 riders and having 8 such strong classics riders and having them all near the front of the bike race all the time, which is the way they ride it and which is a very safe way of riding it. But then I think you also have got to take on the responsibility of holding that break at a manageable distance before you actually get into the mix of things.
We've splits in the groups trying to get back on at the back here. It's heavily strung out. And look at that huge bunch of riders just to the right of the graphic that says 4 minutes and 31, being covered as I speak about it now.
Yeah.
All bunched up at the front because they're desperate to be at the front. We've had 2 of the 18 climbs. The next is coming up in just 3 kilometers time. It's the Echenberg. It's cobbled. 1.2 kilometers long. 4 minutes 33 for the break, but all the action at the moment is behind here, and we're watching in particular the rider with number 61 on his back, Sepp van Marke, who's already having to use a few teammates to get back on.
Yeah, he's definitely using quite a few of them, but there's still quite a long way to before we really start hitting full gas. Although, like I said, it's strung out up there, but I think it's more strung out because there's so many guys that got caught behind that crash that caught out Geraint Thomas and the likes. So they're just chasing back into it, and that's why it's strung out.
Well, here comes the team car. I wonder how long they're going to be allowed to stay behind here. If the commissar's watching, I don't think it'll be very long. There'll be some screaming on the radio.
Yeah, they'll probably come up. And the best thing when if you're in this position is to use someone else's team car.
You can't really be told off as much for that, can you? There'll be a few Swiss francs coming out of that bank account. And just as we say that, we can hear a bit of shouting on the race radio. Head of the race, this is Federico Zurlo for Lampremerida.
Yeah, the Aikenberry is quite a difficult running actually, because there's a couple of twists here, and then you're going across this relatively flat section of about 100-120 meters, and then all of a sudden you start going up. So you need to change down to the little ring before you actually hit the cobblestones. But at the same time, you kind of need the bigger gear to ride.
It's all about that knowledge, isn't it, of each and every climb and each and every corner. That's why you don't always or necessarily get really young riders winning all these races, certainly the big monuments, because it's years of getting ready as one of the riders takes the wrong turn. Oh, what's happened there?
That's
Mark Renshaw.
Mark Renshaw turning off.
Had enough already, maybe, after that crash.
Yeah, maybe. That's not really what you want, though, because you know, fight back into it and give your teammates a hand. They got a potential winner in their team.
Not good news for Edvald Boasson-Hagen to see Mark Renshaw giving up like that. He was involved in the crash, to be fair, but back on his bike.
Interestingly, in the days when I used to race this one, we didn't have the barriers on the right-hand side yet, and there's a nice little tarmac strip that you can actually use there.
That's been one of the things in a number of these smaller races. You do often get the barriers well away and people can use different sections of the road. Here in the Ronde van Vlaanderen, they make sure they put the barriers over the gutters. They make sure you have to ride the cobbles. It's the only proper way, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but I guess at the same time, it's quite interesting having the options like that, because there's so many things that tend to go, well, that can potentially go wrong. Oh, here we go, Boasson-Hagen stopping their bike change.
Hence the reason that Mark Renshaw could still have been useful. Still have been. Just imagine if that team car wasn't there, and you can see a couple of riders in front. Bernie Eisel was one of them, waiting to make sure they had a plan to get him back to the group. All sorts happening for Dimension Data. We've seen Team Lotte and El Jumbo with problems, Giant with problems, a couple of Sky riders having to change bikes or even getting knocked off as well. It's not been the best start, and I can confirm that it's been a nightmare start of the day for Française des Jeux. Arnaud Demar did not finish. He's done for the day, and it's understandable when you see the crash. I mean, he basically ripped half his skin suit off, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't look in a good state there, although we should say that he was moving on his own and didn't seem to have any broken bones, but there was certainly an awful lot of DNA left on that road.
Well, Jackie Durand might be able to breathe easily, sitting across from us in the French Eurosport commentary position. He's working for the French broadcaster. He is the last French winner, by the way, 1992. French winner today would only be the 4th ever French winner of the Tour of Flanders. That's a phenomenal statistic given the importance that France has placed upon cycling down the years. The first in the World Champions jersey was Lucien Bobby.
Everything in as light as possible with carbon fibre everywhere. It's easy that happens. And here we go now. The
fight of the Ekenberg, isn't it?
The fight for the Ekenberg, and it's so important to get into this. And even someone like Kwiatkowski, they're taking a fair amount of wind on his nose just to get himself into the front end of this climb in a safe place. And this is what I mean. You invest the energy to save it for later on.
Well, it was his trusted lieutenant who's come across from Edix Quickstep with him, Michał Gołaś, who was doing a lot of the work at the front there. Alongside him was Ian Stannard. Michał Kwiatkowski may well not be come the end of today, but he certainly proved by winning Edri Harelbeke that he is a cobbled rider, and it's something he never had the chance to do given the big men at Edix Quickstep. Side note, Edvald Boasson Hagen is nice and safely back in the pack.
Yeah, he is. He's just trying to move himself up as well, just diving underneath a couple of riders to take a few more places and get closer to the front. As this is one of the climbs where dropping chains tends to be an issue, because like I said before, you tend to want to go across on the big the first 100-150 meters on the of this road on the big chain ring, and then all of a sudden you need to change it down to the little one.
What a beautiful spring sight. The Ekenberg with the peloton racing up at the flags draped either side. The sun is shining, and it's the 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen. This is the real classic season right here. Roubaix and the Hell of the North next week. Today we're watching the most beautiful sporting spectacle on Flemish soil. Those bobbing heads, the mass of different colours, and the cries from the side of the road. This Michał Gogol on the right hand side. Sagan right at the back here. Now what's happened to Peter Sagan? You can only think he's had a mechanical or gone back to the car and something, because he's right at the back on the Ekenberg. Radioing in as well.
Well, he's definitely talking on the radio there. So something's going on with either with his bike or with well, we don't. This is a planned effort to get Peter Sagan in quickly and safely.
Adam Blythe was with him, as was Gogol, the first-year professional from Austria. In the meantime, Astana giving it a go, riding nice, good tempo at the front. .4:13 over this main group of the peloton. If you're tuning in late, Arnaud Demar has already abandoned. Early crash that saw him go down, lose most of his skin suit and a bit of his dignity in the areas which he felt. But thankfully he was back up and moving, but not able unfortunately, to continue the race. Tony Martin on the left-hand side riding at the front. Now, he's taken to the cobbles rather well. We saw him won that stage on the Tour de France.
I mean, there's so many people from every team that comes over to these races to help out, and you try and plan for every possibility and eventuality. And like I said, at the end of the day, it just comes down to pure luck. But if you puncture on the cobblestone section, the only thing you can think of is just
on for Purcellberger. He's dropped from the break at the minute, and on the Wolfenberg, 645 meters of uncobbled climb, a maximum of 7.3% as far as the gradient's concerned. We have just 5 raiders left up the front, 4 minutes 10 of an opportunity and an advantage. They are the back in the fuchsia pink and navy blue Federico Zurlo. In front in the orange you have Wesley Kreder. In the white, blue and brown it's the French-Canadian rider Hugo Houle. And in front of him, the Movistar, facing him on the Tour de France against very different opposition. These are guys who are here, they are specialists, they want it, whereas in the Tour you've got a few specialists, but most of the guys just hoping to get over it. Tony Martin, has he come to the cobbles too late in his career to make it a winning thing for him, racing these sorts of races, or is he just still got a chance?
No, I still think he's got a chance. He's a very tough bike rider and knows how to handle himself in tricky situations, and we'll see if you can throw yourself in to do big lead outs with the I don't know what to call them, the biggest, hairiest guys in the bunch, then you know how to handle yourself when it gets tricky. Okay, these guys tend to go in here to Tour of Flanders, Paris-Roubaix with very little respect for anything but themselves getting onto the front row into the next cobblestone section or into the next climb. So it's slightly different, but then again.
Now, there are 6 cobblestone sections on the flat in the Ronde van Vlaanderen, although this is a bit of a false strat here. We're on the Ruttestraat. They come thick and fast now, even though there are still 130 kilometres to go. This is the first of those 6. Comes after the Wolfenberg, as opposed to before in previous editions,
Yep.
this Ruttestraat. 800 metres long. Any particular memories of the Ruttestraat?
Not really all that many memories from that one, apart from you know, if you missed out on the previous couple of climbs, this is an opportunity for me certainly to use my ability to ride on flat cobblestones and just try and get back into the mix of the bike race again.
Breakaway is finished with the Ruttestraat. You can see all these arrows. This is where we start to turn left and right every 2 minutes. And yes, everybody talks about the cobbles, but as you've previously explained, it's the battle to get into them. In the Volkerhammers, we had another crash. Oh, and we've plenty of riders down. This is not what we want to see in the Ronde van Vlaanderen, but unfortunately, it's a hazard of race. I'm looking for riders getting up. We have a couple of riders from Astana who are down. One particular rider from AG de Delle Mondiale who isn't getting up for the moment. Bernard Eisel again on the ground. Frances Desjeux once more involved. 85 there is Tyler Farah down.
Gribko down there from Astana.
Sebastian Tjogo is the man from AG de Delle Mondiale. And Dische Benoot. Oh no! Dische Benoot, one of the big outsiders, one of the young men who was supposed to be there and be there towards the end, and one of the riders from Direct Energie looks as though he will not be continuing. That looks, unfortunately, like a bust collarbone. Same can be said maybe for 185 Amaury Capio, who looks injured, and I'm afraid Dische Benoot looks as though he will not be getting on his bike as well. Oh, 22-year-old, destined to be a star. I'm afraid today it will not be. Forward to talking about Tish Benoit today and really talking him up because he is a rider who's destined for great things, isn't he? He hasn't won as a professional yet, but he's got that something about him. You know, he's been asked if he's the new Tom Bonen, if he's somebody else. He says, no, I'm not the new Tom Bonen, I am Tish Benoit. There's a rider from BMC Racing also down who looks to be in a bit of trouble as well, I'm afraid. Of course, they're trying to support Greg van Avermaet today. And whoever is down there looks very suspiciously like...
It looks like Kung to me. Tall enough to be...
Stefan Kung has had his own problems this year. He's had mononucleosis. He had to miss the World Track Championships. He's only just got back to racing.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Kenny de Haas is being absorbed by the peloton as we come on to the Rutestraat. Well, a few too many crashes early on so far, and a few big names involved.
I guess we got to say the heat is pretty high in the kitchen today.
Ilio Kessa doing a great job at the front. Tony Martin not far away.
I just wonder how long time it will take before one of these teams now decide to sort of like, okay, let's put a bit of pressure on this guy, because part of the issue is as well that they're riding slow enough up until this particular point that everyone is still fresh, everyone is still wanting to be in a good position getting on to the next section. No one really knows when they're gonna hit the gas, and that's why we end up fighting for position, you know, every time, even though you're looking at them, they're just cruising across any of the cobblestones or even going up the climbs. They're not really looking like they're even trying. But it's the anticipation of when is this going to happen, at what point will they put the hammer down, and I, you know, if I'm not in the right position at that point, it's race over. So certainly, if you put the pressure on and you start riding and keeping the pace a bit higher, then it gives a bit more space for people to ride and to sort of move up, and it kind of settles the race down a bit.
Still no word exactly as to who the...
Hij is van Luke. Dat is geen smol, ik denk die... Max stop wat in de afstand. Hé, kom aan, hè.
Flanders as a domestique. Movistar not known for their riding on the cobblestone, although they have been slowly getting better in the last few years. They have Nelson Oliveira and André Amador as decent choices for today. With Oliveira, he was 20th on his debut in this race last year. Imanol Erviti in the break, right in the middle there in the navy blue with a big green M on his back. He's ridden 11 Ronde van Vlaanderens, 3 DNFs. Best result though, a 55th place in 2014. He's had a 56th 6 years earlier as well. Loud fans on the side of the road. T-shirt weather as well. The race is on, say the fans on the side of the road with their banner. Erviti just leading them through Kergata. Second of 6 cobbled sections. And we're going to have the Jagere next. That'll be at 124 k's to go, almost straight off this Kergata. That's actually in place of the Holloweg, the ship. Next climb, the Molenberg, in around 7 kilometers time. Looks like Jascher Sutelin at the back for Movistar. German rider, young German rider in his second year as a professional. In the meantime, 46 is Markel Iriza, the Basque rider at the back wearing white and black. The reason why Sutelin was dropping back, it looks as though one of the leaders for Movistar has had a problem. It's a back wheel that's required. In fact, it's Sutelin himself who has picked up the wheel. And I think Fran Ventoso might have given him his. Chase all ready to get back on as Etixx Quick-Step put more bodies towards the front.
And it's not just a chase on from the riders, it's a chase for the team cars to try and get back in there to help riders. There's crashes going on, there's punctures, there's everything happening, and you can see all the wheels poking up in the air here. That's team helpers for the teams, and they've taken wheels out and they're standing here now ready because they know that the service cars are going to be so far behind that it's virtually impossible to get a wheel from any of them.
Sky and Etixx Quick-Step still with plenty of bodies there. Lotto Jumbo doing a better job for Sepp van Marken now at the moment. He's nice and protected at the front. Quinziato on the left for BMC. No Yves Lampaert today, by the way, for Etixx Quick-Step. He's injured. And no Vermoot for the entire Classic season either. Had to have surgery. Sky look.
Ik zal nu veel afkomen hier. Ja, daar. Van Marken. Hier, Saramontes. Ferrari. Thompson. Dus er bent niet van dingen daar. Gangchun, de Chinees er juist.
For the next part of this race, really. At the end of the day, they would have probably gone into this race with Roelands already as their main man.
Well, we're hearing another abandonment. It's BMC, and it was in fact Marcus Birkhardt.
Oh, he was it?
Heinrich Hausler at the front on the right. Nicely, isn't he?
He's going quite nicely indeed, and keeping himself out of the way a bit. We haven't seen massive sort of results from Heinrich yet, but he's slowly but surely working himself back towards what he was a number of years back before he had all these horrible crashes and unfortunately.
This is the front of the race. 3 minutes and 26 still for 5 of the original 6 men who were up in the break. Onto the Jagere. 800 metres long, and these guys can take the gutter for the moment.
Yeah, they can do it. I mean, you can always take the gutter, but the best place to do it is if you are in the break. Up over and jumping off that one back onto the tarmac or onto cobblestones or whatever. There's always that chance you get in your wheel caught. At best you puncture, at worst you go down.
123 kilometres remain. It's the 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen, the jewel in the crown of the Flemish Classics. Two of the main contenders already out of the race, Arnaud Demar and Tischbenoot. Both victims of crashes. A few other riders climbed off as well. We've seen Mark Renshaw go, a support rider in this race. Same can be said of Marcus Berghardt, who would always be an outsider as a strong man towards the end, but you would have felt today that he was working for the kopman in the group, the top man, who is, of course, Greg van Avermaet. Haven't seen too much of him today. He's getting himself nicely hidden.
Yeah, he's keeping himself away and hidden out of trouble, hopefully. But interesting to me right now is the fact that we got the whole of Etty.
Dit zijn Taiwan. Op Taiwan? Ja, 143. Taiwan.
To do not so much because of the climb itself, but the run into it.
By the way, if you're looking for Nicky Terpstra today, remember he's the reigning Dutch national champion.
Yep.
So he's not at this front group here. As we had a bit of a moment there that wasn't particularly good for the Edix Quick-Step rider. Tony Martin, third wheel. Meantime, problem for one of the Trek Segafredo riders is Jasper Stuyven, who is a good card to play, a very good card to play.
But just nicely working his way through the bunch again, but the problem is here now he's getting back onto the last team car, and there is nothing in front of him because effectively the bunch is split up already now.
Stuyven, who was the winner in Kuurne Brussel Kuurne, he was very close as well in Omloop Nieuwsblad the day before that. Showed real strength, and he's staying as close to the car. And look at this image, as many as possible in the gutter here. Peloton chasing behind, 2:57 now to the group, and that minute's just disappeared from 4. Everybody now is switching on for the final 120 Ks.
Yeah, they certainly are, but the fact that Etix Quick-Step have got on the front here now and starting to put a bit of pace on over the cobblestones, that's just dropped a minute in no time at all. Jasper Stuyven going through these corners here now, full gas, and not. He wants to get back onto that wheel before too long.
Taking many a risk. Right behind the television motorbike there, which I'm told to slow down whilst he gets past the car on the way to help. You could just see the finger there. Come on, hold on here. I'll pretend to give you some technical instructions. There we go. Just about enough time. You can get away with it for a few seconds, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. So the safest way really to have a chat with the team car is by actually hanging onto or leaning onto the car, so that you always got that distance between yourself and the car. Should the car move, it kind of pushes you away from the car as well. So sometimes it looks a bit dodgier than what it actually is, and it's not that they're trying to cheat all the time. It's an actual safety section.
What a ride this is by Iljo Kess. I think he's in the moment of the race where he's told that this is your job now, Iljo.
Yeah.
Superstar track rider. He's an excellent rider on the road. In any other team, he'd be way further up the pecking order in terms of finishers, maybe to have a go for the win. But here, that gap has gone down by another 30 seconds already. 2:34 to the break out front. 120 kilometres to go. The next big obstacle, if you like, is the Molenberg. The next climb, the 5th of 18. Stiebos at the back of this group. Tom Bonen second last. You've got Terpstra somewhere in the peloton as well. I wonder, trying to outguess the tactics here and trying to wonder what they're going to do. You would expect if anyone's going to go from distance, we're thinking Martin or Terpstra, with Stibar maybe to launch an attack and Bonen to hang on to see if there's anybody going to go in the last few kilometres.
Yeah, I mean, there's still such a long way to go in this bike race. I think it's too early to really start winding it up and attacking. But what they're doing here now is just putting pressure on. There's wind out there today. They realised that, and I don't think they want to sit and wait for anyone else to sort of create the bike race and then end up on the back foot again, like we've seen them do in the last number of races. So what they're doing here now is just, okay, let's put a bit of pressure on this. Iljo, we know you like a bit of wind on the nose. Get up there and just keep the pace going and see what happens behind you. And there's certainly a number of riders down the back there who are not finding this overly comfortable.
Yeah, what they can do is make sure that a few riders lose the Tour of Flanders here early on, narrowing down their rivals, if you like.
Yeah, definitely. Although I think it's going to take a lot more of an effort to really blow this apart. But see this turn in here, this is what they're racing for. The entry to Molenberg.
Narrow, hardly a car fits behind there.
It's ridiculously steep on a couple of sections, and quite difficult to get traction on these stones as well. And he goes up and down, he flattens out and he kicks up, and he flattens out and he kicks up, and it is really very, very tricky to cope with this one. So they have to get into this front row.
The Molenberg first climbed in 1983 in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. 300 metres of cobblestones, climbs from 32 metres from 24 to 56. It's a maximum gradient of 14.2%, and they're on that right now. Got to stay in the saddle here as well with the weight on the cobbles. That makes it so difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It just takes an awful lot out of you. It is very difficult to stand up and climb on the cobblestones. You've got to lean your weight back into the saddle or almost over the top of the saddle when you're doing it. So it is possible, but not for any longer period of time. We certainly don't see any Contador kind of leaning on the handlebars, dancing up the road on that kind of surface.
Edict Quickstep putting the pace on. Looking for Peter Sagan here, who was at the back. He's about 40th wheel there, just making his way up. I think he realises now, and if he doesn't realise himself, I think he'll be being shouted at on the radio that this is the moment where Sky are, where BMC are, just behind Ethics Quickstep. They don't want to miss any moves. And I'm looking down for Trek Segafredo. No Fabian Cancellara near the front at the minute.
No, it's
not close enough. He's about 20th position, I think.
Yeah, but there's a lot of shuffling for position, and watch Kwiatkowski going on the left-hand side here now, just moving up. He knows exactly where this next turn is coming. In there, easy.
And Iljo Kess's job for the moment he's done. He just pulls off 10 places, waits behind. There is that left turn again. This is that narrow road, and here goes Tony Martin up the Molenberg. Kwiatkowski right on his wheel.
Yeah, Kwiatkowski is kind of signalling for his teammate there to move around and actually go with Tony Martin.
He doesn't want to burn himself out too early. It's Salvatore Puccio who he calls around, the Italian. Yeah. As we see the Basque and Flanders flags behind. A great job this by Tony Martin.
Really clever as well by Kwiatkowski. Said you go, you take that one, follow that wheel up, and I'll drift back in and keep an eye on the favourites here.
And the fact that he's at the front, he can do that. In the middle of the bunch, he can't be drifting around, otherwise he's going to cause crashes.
But I would like to see that in the slow motion again, the way that Kwiatkowski just moved himself up. He knew exactly when to hit it, what point he needed to make that move, turn onto the climb, front row, and he can pick and choose exactly what he does.
Tom Bonen, fourth wheel. Of course, no lookalike here, no Guillaume van Kerspolk at the moment. He's not been going so well at the minute. A few people in Belgian cycling seeming to suggest that he might have lost a bit of focus recently. Splits already up the Molenberg. 117 there from Cannondale is Tom Squeens.
Well, the thing is with the Molenberg is when you're coming up to the top as well, you get your turn right, and there is just no descending for some time. You've got to keep on pressing on, and that almost hurts you more than what it does actually climbing. A couple of riders then being distanced on this climb already.
Bagdonas is one of them, the Lithuanian former national champion for AG de Zella Mondial.
See here coming up to the top, bit of crosswind over the this very exposed area, and a few riders there. We can see Fabian Cancellara a bit further back there. just looking okay still. I think it's a good thing that we're not seeing too much of Fabian. He's hiding and keeping his cool.
Bagdonas struggling at the back. One man who we did see third wheel was André Greipel, the former German champion, about the time in the race where he normally appears to do big turns. And well, no Benoit. And even though Greipel said he's far from in his best condition, he knows his teammates will be relying on him. Beautiful. Welcome to Flanders and the Vinca windmill. Flemish Ardennes. You see the beautiful hills around this area. It's not as flat as you might think, you know.
Certainly not the roads that we're riding on today. They are very difficult indeed. And just see how much this has opened up in one climb, one narrow section where you had to really focus on the entry to it. And there's an awful lot of Tinkoff riders down there as well.
I'm just wondering if Sagan had made that little split. I'm looking around to the right hand side. I can't see the World Champions jersey.
Yes,
right towards the back. And we saw him moving up, didn't we?
Yeah.
Just at the right time. His teammates nowhere to be seen.
No, he's just down the back there.
Boehmer's made a
couple of wheels behind Fabian Cancellara, who's there in the white as well. So Ethics Quickstep have done a very good job in making this this split, and they got quite a number of riders as well. But so also the likes of Sky there with a large number of riders.
Stannard was there. I didn't see Geraint Thomas in that group. Was he there?
I think I spotted him. Well, it was either him or Luke. I don't know which one of them it was.
Left hand side you can see Puccio still in the group. Kwiatkowski is there, as is Stannard.
Is that Gianni Moscone?
Well, would not surprise me. Italian under-23 champion has been fitting into life at Sky wonderfully well.
Yeah, it certainly has.
First season as a professional. Greg van Avermaet just about in there. At least we think for BMC. As the gap is going to be closed again, and not that we didn't expect it to be so, but it's going to be really hard on anybody caught up in this second group, having to do the work to bring everybody back on.
Yeah, it's costly, definitely, and you can see that the guys down the back here now, out of this corner, having to kick on as hard as they can to just follow the wheel, and every time you do that, that's energy that you're wasting.
115 kilometres remain. Paardenstraat is next. After that, the Haaghoek. We'll have around 13, 14 kilometres without any cobbles. That's that longest period, apart from at the end. After between Paardenstraat and Haaghoek. Four different groups on the road. Peter Sagan has made the front group. Tony Martin doing a great job. Gianni Moscone at the front for Sky. The Italian under-23 champion who Dave Brailsford has been raving about since he signed. He says he hasn't seen another talented Italian like this for quite some time.
Yeah, and I think he's right with that. It's a serious talent that they got there in Gianni Moscone, and that looks like a puncture.
Problems for Mitchell Docker, I think it is.
Yeah.
Pipo Bozzato in the second group still. He's a man who had just been edging himself into form, already being stuck down towards the back though. One of the outsiders to look at today. As it all starts to come together again at the front. BMC and Katusha behind. Alexander Kristoff not in the front group at the minute. One teammate is there. Joop Kessler having done much of the damage now at the back of the race alongside Shane Archbold.
Yeah, I think Kessler doesn't really have to worry too much about what happens from here. He's done his job. That was the key moment for the early part of early part. It was still kind of halfway in, aren't we? But it's still the early part of the race. But they needed to be there in the right place, and he's done a magnificent job for that.
Back with the breakaway, we'd almost forgotten about them because so much has been happening behind. We're onto the Paardenstraat.
Love this part of this cobblestone section. It's absolutely brilliant.
What is so good about it?
is rough. There is an option to go in the mud on the right, on the side there as well, but it's a dangerous move across there because you can see there's some hard packed road, but then there's some real big ruts in between. To get there, you've got to be a bit special to make that move. And then there's a fast, flat section. Then you're coming up onto this part where they are now, where it starts going uphill a bit. Doesn't look much to the world, but it actually stings really badly. You got the tarmac to ride on, and then you can ride the gutter when you're turning right up here in a second now as well. So there's so many different elements to this particular section of cobbles, and you can really, really blow a race wide apart if you want to.
Well, it's all happening. This has been a wonderful spectacle already, and there's still 112 kilometres still to go. 109, the gap between the breakaway and the first of the groups of the peloton on the road. We saw Iljo Kessa do a great job, and now it's Tony Martin with the forcing.
Yeah, Tony Martin is now getting onto the front and doing the pacemaking, but I wonder if it's too early for him to really start opening up. But obviously, one of the best time trialists in the world, certainly expecting him to be able to take a lot of workload from the rest of the team.
Now, Nicky Terpstra just getting back onto that front group. He was in the second half of the split alongside Christophe and Pozzato and a couple of the other riders. This is now the third group.
Yeah.
That has become the second group with the top two groups joining.
Awful lot of Trek Segafredo riders in front of that group.
Cancellara for them, luckily for them, on his last ever Ronde van Vlaanderen there.
That's a very dangerous position that Gianni's riding in there on that sort of concrete slab, but there's such a big lip to get up onto the cobblestones and a nice little ditch on the other side.
Good luck to him.
It takes a bit of skill to do that.
Oh, he's forcing really hard here. Gianni Moscon came from the top Italian development team that's put no fewer than 80 professionals into the pro peloton in the last 20 years. Zalf team.
That's a good stat to take with you.
Looking all right at the moment. This is that brief false flat uphill that you were talking about, Magnus. In the meantime, Tony Martin just taking the foot off the gas, being clever, knowing that someone else is doing the work for the change.
But he's also keeping it riding on the smoother part out on this concrete strip there. And in doing so, you need a certain amount of distance between yourself and the man in front of you. Otherwise, you can't quite focus on where you're riding. And when does this sort of section end? And finding your balance to do it as well.
Federico Zurlo is being dropped off the back of the five-man breakaway at the moment, as is Kreder. 3 at the front. Emanuel Erviti, so strong in Volta Catalunia's road captain. Just behind him, Hugo Houle, the man from Quebec in Canada. Last man on the road, he's Von Hooker. Martin back on the front. A lot of people have been dying to see him race these races over the last few years. The wishes have come true. They'll be wondering if he misspent his youth as a time trialist, Tony Martin.
I think he's got enough rainbow stripes to...
say he might beg to differ.
Yeah.
It's funny, he hasn't actually won a time trial this year as Tony Martin, whereas Fabian Cancellara has gone back to winning 2.
Interestingly as well, watching him at the Panne, they've done an awful lot of work on his position on the time trial bike as well over the winter. So it may take a little bit of time before we see Tony actually coming into his full stride in the time trials again, because he's got to get used to this new way of sitting on the bike.
Maybe it's his plan to retake the time trial crown. 2 years running now he hasn't had it. Brad Wiggins and Vasil Kirienka.
Yeah.
Matteo Draperi at the back in the fluorescent yellow. Just in front of him, or behind him, pardon me, is Jesse Sargent, the first Kiwi rider ever to ride for AG de Zella Mondiale. 20 years of the team's existence now. 100 years, 100 editions rather, of this race's existence. Oh, almost overbalancing. Use those knees properly. There we go. Out the way. Thank you.
Yeah, kind of got himself caught a bit there, didn't he?
That was Michał Paluta from Poland and CCC Sprandi Polkowice. Back to the front. 4 left. Ul, Zurlo, Erviti and Van Hooke. Good work, Kreder. Hard break to get in today. Didn't go for a long time. Well over 100 kilometers. Wesley Kreder absorbed by the peloton. Last Boom nice and close to the front.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of action going into this one as well, and we've seen Rako Fuglsang. Yeah, Tony Martin, Marcel Seberg.
Jempi Drucker not far away from the front as well.
Yeah.
Puccio back on marshalling duties for Sky. I wonder if this is where we're going to see the afternoon break go. An attack of second favourites maybe help us just to take the pressure off. As you can see, Trek Segafredo working mightily hard. This is the second group on the road.
They are having to work extremely hard here, actually. I wonder who's...
Well, Fabian Cancellara not here. Marco Coledan is the second rider on the road. We've had a couple of bike changes. Trek Segafredo. 1:35 behind the breakaway. That means we're talking 40 seconds from the main peloton to the second peloton on the road. The second peloton on the road still containing some big names. 40 seconds then.
Ooh, that is a big gap, is a big gap for them to work on. I think Jasper Stuyvens is in there as well from Trek Segafredo, and I think that's why they're riding so hard, because at the moment all they got up in the front group really is Fabian Cancellara, so they've really lost out in a big way.
Stijn de Volder as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen
unless
Stijn.
He's at the front. Stijn de Volder would be the other big card to play, and remember he won two Tour of Flanders as being the other big card to play, just going off early, going away, everybody else waiting and watching. And 2008, 2009, back-to-back years, and all the talk today about Cancellara and Bonen. If de Volder were to win, he'd join the 3-win club.
Yeah, he would, wouldn't he?
And there are only 6 riders on that. It's a bit of watching and waiting at the front now. Drifting away. Next attacks are about to go, and I think we've just seen them at the front. A look all the way up the road. 45 seconds up the road. We have 4 riders left in the breakaway. Pulling things at the moment is the man from Movistar, Erviti. He's from Navarra, which is actually the hometown of that team, Movistar. The central north of Spain, very close to the Basque Country. In the meantime, if you're waiting for updates from the women's race, just less than 40 kilometers to go, and we're seeing attacks after attacks after attacks. Rabo Liv, Ale Cipollini putting attacks in. It's the Polish national champion, I can tell you, having a right go at it at the minute, pulling the peloton. As soon as there is meaningful action on the Quaremont and the Paterberg, we will bring you little snippets of that and the race finish as well. So stay with us. Wanty Group Goubert and Cannondale trying to put riders up the road. Is this a good time to form an afternoon break, Magnus? Still 106 kilometres to go. 45 minutes, a much more bridgeable gap. 45 seconds, rather. Certainly minutes wouldn't be happening, would it?
Yeah, definitely. It's more bridgeable, so why not have a go on this one? I think there's still a certain amount of riders in the bunch who want to settle this one, want to slow it down a bit more, but I just wonder whether we're going to actually see that happening today, because it seems like a wide open race with a lot of teams and riders very edgy, certainly after all these big crashes that we've had. So the pace is going to be kept high all the time by just people trying to stay in safe positions.
We're on the average 42k an hour time schedule as it stands at the moment. One minute 28 from the four breakers back to the third group on the road. And I think if there is some sort of, in the end, impasse behind and a little bit of a quietening down of things, that will help, of course, the third group on the road. They'll be desperate for somebody to go off the front here and just calm it down again.
Of course they will, and if you have a sport director who's very much on the case, he may actually have said, look guys, try and clip off the front here now and just see if that settles the group down, and if they want to let a break go up the road, because at the moment 45 seconds is too close for. As soon as you start chasing for position again for the next climb, we're bound to eat another 10-15 seconds off that, and then the next one, same thing again. And of course we got quite a few climbs left to do.
Tom de Vriend of Wanty Group Gobert. He pushes on. Again, there's that black armband on the left arm in memory of Antoine Desmoitiers, Belgian rider who tragically died this time last week in Gent-Wevelgem. Edward Turns is riding for Trek Segafredo in this group, and they've almost made it back, and it's that talk, but just a little bit of a settling down behind has just about let them in behind. However, there will be some tired bodies in this group now. Quinziato caught behind in that group, and he's a really useful ally, isn't he, towards the end of the race?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of guys who's missed out on that split there now, and probably some people have been very happy that the bike race isn't actually over. Jack Bauer in there as well. Cannon Day.
Pipo Pozzato and company back in too. He's just making his way back right in the centre towards the main group, and I think if you did get caught up behind, half of the Tinkoff team as well, let that be a lesson to you.
Yeah. Well, I certainly know there would be a few very choice words from any sport director, and certainly if I was the sport director, then you can't have the majority of your team getting caught in the second group when you got a potential winner in your team. You got to be right there on the front, spend all the energy that needs to be spent to stay to keep him out of trouble and staying with him as well.
Well, this is one of the toughest challenges in world sport. There aren't many other races that have this sort of terrain and problems. We see another bike change. This time it's for number 43, Jasper Stuyven.
Yeah, he's just back onto his actual real bike, his race bike, having spent a bit of time on the other one. So a bit of running mechanics from the team mechanics there.
Problems too when we look back to Seb van Marken. Again, just trying to settle things down after the earlier crashes. I think those two riders maybe get back on the bikes that they wanted to have, get back with the shoes and the pedals that these guys wanted to have as well.
Yeah, there's definitely that possibility, and I mean they may have just actually done a complete change of brake lever on Seb van Marken's bike. He knows he loves that bike and he prefers that bike on these kind of terrains. So you know, sometimes the mechanics go through some pretty special jobs.
Just over 100 kilometers to go. Wherever you're watching around the world, remember you can get in touch with us on Twitter at Maggie_PR if you want to tweet questions directly to Magnus at RobHatchTV for this side of the commentary box. Remember, hashtag RVV to join the wider conversation. It's been a very active race so far. If you're joining late, Arnaud Debar crashed and is out. Same can be said for Marcus Berghardt and unfortunately Tish Benoot. Geraint Thomas back in the front group, towards the front for Sky now. Michał Gołasz on the left-hand side. Tinkoff putting riders up the front, and Orica Greenedge, who I hear have just taken a win over at the Vuelta a La Rioja through Michael Matthews, towards the front as well. Alexander Kristoff, the defending champion, is there with Marco Haller, the Austrian champion, controlling things for him and Katusha. And with De Vriend, the latest attacker, up the road. 1 minute and 14 to the four-man breaker at the front. It's the first time we've had any sort of sense of calm for quite a while.
Well, I'm happy that you're calm. I don't think the riders are too calm just now. Another big crash.
Oh no, not again. And we've half the BMC team taken out. Rider down as well from Astana, a rider down from Direct Energy, and that does not look good. 56 just getting to his feet is Manuel Quinziato. 54 there is Daniel Oss, who's a big miss. 57 is Michel Scher. And the rider lying down
is Van Avermaet.
Is Greg van Avermaet. No. 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 Michi Scher is the former Swiss champion. Van Avermaet is struggling to get to his feet as well. He's checking himself out. This was going to be his year, he said. Second place is not good enough. Greg van Avermaet, and of course there's understandable concern from the medic, who thankfully is on scene very quickly to check out Michi Scher. Oh, Van Avermaet. Oh no! I think that's it. That is it for Greg van Avermaet. And he is understandably in tears. This was the year he was in the form of his life. He said it's always his dream, and it looks as though, I'm afraid, that's a little bit collarbone-y, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I think it's more... The pain is not so much the collarbone right now. The pain is the fact that he was on such good form all spring, and he was really up for this. This was his 2 weeks, his 2 weekends of racing a year in this year, and
the Belgisch kopman, the Belgian leader they were calling him before today. Not just Tom Bonen, not the others, but I'm afraid, as Van Avermaet will well know, Cancellara will well know, as has Bonen. This is how it happened. The right-hand side, Magnus, and Van Avermaet taken down.
It's Quinziato that basically gets caught on the back wheel of someone and then gets ridden over by his teammate and team leader.
De Maar, Benoot, and now Van Avermaet, 3 of the big leaders out of the race.
Unfortunately, this is something that we've seen over the last couple of years now, where there's been a lot of crashes. There's more stress, there's more pressure. That everyone is taking the risks, and they're happy to take the risks as well to try and win this monument. It just means so much nowadays to walk away with one of these 2, if not 3 great monuments, and have your name next to them. You know.
And you can see Quinziato looking down immediately. He's the man who's employed to look after today, and he can't believe it. Throws his own helmet down in disgust. It's a real team, and they for once were formed around him. There's no Philippe Gilbert here this time. They
Nee, de Rotte zit er veel te dichtbij. Kom. Hey, come on!
Doing well, he motivates the team, and the team gets overexcited, and then really just pushing on the limits all the time. There's none of this kind of, hang on a minute, guys. Let's just. We got the legs. We got all the players in the team who can do whatever work we need them to do. So let's not miss out on doing, riding on the limit all the time. Let's just take that. Okay, let's miss 2 seconds, 5 seconds, but live to fight for another 10, 15, 20 kilometers. And that's something that I found.
De vriend bezig. Onze vriend. Passato. Hier. Onze Freddy. Ja.
There's Marco Haller, had his own problem. 2-2-3, the rider involved in the crash was Ryan Anderson. Movistar rider in problems, and Haller on the left-hand side.
Just getting caught off the edge of their...
met z'n deur moeten vallen.
Belgian stuff. On to the high hook.
That big tight left-hand turn is more than 90 degrees, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And the first part of this is also very, very fast. It's slightly downhill, and then you've got actually a significant climb on this section, which makes it very difficult to run as well, because you're really on the top gear going down here, and then you've got to try and keep that pressure and keep the momentum going, so you sort of get carried up the other side for as long as possible before you really have to put or start grinding that gear over.
Big ride this from Edix Quickstep. They are really pushing things on the front again now, and it's the safest way to be, isn't it? Nicholas Maas doing a great job now. Stibar third wheel here. Tony Martin's been up at the front. Gianni Moscon's doing a great job for Team Sky, not far away marshalling things. Geraint Thomas knows that it's time to be switched on as well. Heinrich Hausler still in the first 10.
That was Tony Martin putting a significant amount of pressure on his pedals when he moved around his teammate there. I wonder if that wasn't a bit of a testing kind of attack.
We will keep our eyes on it as we look up to the front of the race and give them their dues. 1 minute and 9 as we've now lost Zurlo. We said it was a war of attrition even between the 6 men who started the day in the breakaway. And this is Tony Martin, and this is the attack that you were talking about. 100 kilometers to go, Martin on the hog hook, and he's gonna drag Heinrich Hausler with him.
Wow, this is quite a smart move, I think, from Heinrich Hausler, just to get across there to Tony Martin. And he doesn't have to do an awful lot more than that. It's just covering the moves, making sure there's in the right point at the right time.
He's no longer the sole leader of Jam Cycling. The pressure is a little bit off for him as well this year. He's carried the hopes and dreams of the team on his own shoulders for a while, but they have Dries Devenijn, they have Martin Elmiger, they have Oliver Naassen as well. They have a good team here, Jam Cycling.
But I think also Heinrich knows that he's good. He's in good form. He's back at looking at bike races in the way that he used to.
Tinkoff desperate to try and close this down because they've no representation whatsoever. Sky are there as well, trying to get somebody up there.
And it's a dangerous move. You can't let Tony Martin get too much, because that's going to cost an awful lot of energy to bring back.
It just shows what a weapon he can be on the cobbles. It's amazing that he has not been persuaded previously to do this. It is amazing that Tony Martin is making his Ronde van Vlaanderen debut here. I mean, a lot of the sport directors have been desperate for him to do it in previous years, but he's just flat blank refused. He said, no, I'm not doing it. It's not my type of racing. I don't like it. And I think he's starting to enjoy this a bit now.
Well, it's a hard man's kind of race, and it's a question of just having the legs to go with all the time. And
he's catching De Vriend on his own here.
Yeah.
I think that's Michael Gurgel he's going to bring with him, the young Tinkoff rider, third position. We'll get confirmation of that as we head into the Leeberg. 13.8 the maximum gradient, 45 measly seconds now for the peloton. Their lead is being destroyed as Ian Stannard is the man trying to follow for Team Sky. Heinrich Hausler looking really, really comfortable.
Yeah, it certainly is, and here goes Greipel.
Greipel to attack. So it's a tale of the Germans with 100 kilometers to go in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. We've seen Martin have a go, and this is Andre, the gorilla Greipel, putting in his habitual yearly attack on the Ronde van Vlaanderen.
Yeah, why not? Why not indeed? And Saw a couple of faces being pulled there by Tony Martin as that happened.
Well, this is the first of a series of 3 climbs really without cobbles. Brief respite from the bone-shattering impact of the old stones.
The next climb coming up though, the Berendries is a very difficult climb to ride.
The Berendries and then the Valkenberg after that. And they come thick and fast really, all the way to the finish now. There's the top. The damage it's done visible behind. Look at it all strung out. And this is a narrow road, but not the narrowest of the climbs that we're on.
No, definitely not. But when you come out here onto the main road in a minute, it's not an awful lot of time before you start. Well, it's a fast descent onto the to the Berendries.
Surely you want somebody to come with him though here, Andre Greipel.
That would have been ideal, yes.
Looking behind him, waiting.
Where are you?
I wonder if anybody is going to shout present. Filippo Pozzato still in the group. That's Drapari at the back. 97 just in front of him is Jesse Sargent. Well, the one thing for BMC now, if he gets back in, freedom for Daniel Oss, and he's been going fairly well. But again, it would have been a big chase back on from him after that.
Certainly a very big chase for him.
Here is the helper, and it's come from Katusha as Greipel waits. Is he going to get the sort of company he wanted? Remember Kuznetsov, who rode for them last week, came third in Gent-Wevelgem. Wait confirmation to see who this is. They've got the very strong Alexei Tsartovic in the team as well. Jacopo Guarnieri is a good rider, as is the young Niels Pollard.
Yeah.
Very young German rider who's, well, we expect big things of in the next few years. Under 23 national champion. .45 seconds all the way up to the breakaway. First flick of the elbow. And there's a decent sized gap opening up behind.
I think that is actually Pollitt.
Niels Pollitt, who we were just mentioning as one of the riders who is going to offer something strong for Katusha. Yep, Niels Pollitt is there with Andre Greipel. Niels Pollitt, 21-year-old, from Cologne. He's the German under-23 national road race champion. New signing this year from Stölting on a 2-year deal. Really impressed Katusha's management at the Flandern-Rundfahrt last year, the Tour of Bavaria. He finished 6th overall against a host of World Tour riders. Won the German under-23 road race championships as well. Finished 2nd in the national TT championships to Tony Martin. He was the under-23 TT champion the year before. He says he loves the Belgian and French classic races. Looks forward to helping Alexander Kristoff in the next few seasons. He wants to learn a lot and one day be up there fighting for himself. I think he's going to learn quite a bit with the partner in crime he's got up there now, Andre Greipel, isn't he?
Yeah, it's certainly a very good partner that he's got with him there. There's no doubt about that. And
back with a break. The Berendries. 12.3% of a maximum gradient, 7% average. It's just under a kilometre. You said it's a difficult climb. Why?
Well, it goes up in sections. So you've got a steep section, it flattens out, and then kicks up again and it flattens out. And you never really get a good sort of respite on things there. So that's why it's so tricky.
Well, we're hearing that Greg van Avermaet is on his way to hospital just to be checked out. His race is definitely over, I'm afraid.
Yeah, let's just hope there's nothing too bad.
Belgian attention is going to turn away from both him and Benoot, back to Bonen, back to Etix, back to Lotto and maybe Roulants, back to the traditional characters. Niels Pollitt and Andre Greipel, 2 riders from over the border in Germany. course, German is one of the official languages in Belgium as well. Let's not forget there are a couple of towns in the east of the country that speak German. Oh dear, Okolo starting to struggle on the Berendries. He had to fight to get in the breakaway. He's been out in the breakaway. He's worked so hard today. But I'm afraid for the minute, it may well be done and dusted for him. Going backwards rather quickly as Erviti and Van Hooke press on with a 39-second advantage over this second group on the road, Greipel and Pollitt. In the meantime, the peloton just recovering from the news that so far it's been a bit of a Belgian disaster on the 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen day. There is time to save it, and I wonder if the local boy, Mr. Bonen, is going to come good.
Yeah, the question is, has he got the legs to do that? But I think they might have to start looking at, as long as there's a Belgian team winning.
I think the local fans will be enjoying it, whatever happens today. They know they're bike racing. It's not just about national sentiment, as you can see. As if on cue, Preben van Hekke brings the Belgian jersey to the front of the peloton and gives some more visibility. Chris Ney's up there for Sky.
Yeah, I mean, he's a solid rider. Always tends to do an awful lot of hard work for his team, and policing matters most of the time.
Ney's the German rider from Sky. Ridden several Grand Tours. He's winning teams in the longer form. Tony Martin's still there as well. Attempt to try and burst out from one of the Rundt riders. 106 at the back from Astana's Gatis Smukulis. Good signing for this year in these sorts of races as well. Van Hekke is going to go with that attack from Rundt. Nice to see the Belgian jersey on show.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Not too many meters for the moment, but 1 minute 17 from the breakaway all the way back. .92 kilometers to go. Enrique Sanz at the back for Southeast, Spanish rider who came across from Movistar. And this is Preben van Hekke. There are a few rumours that he might have been looking for a World Tour spot given his Belgian champions jersey. It's always a valuable commodity to have in Ethics Quickstep and Lotto Soudal teams especially, but those offers weren't really forthcoming, and it's a big coup for Topsport Vlaanderen to have the national jersey, isn't it?
It's definitely you know, it's a massive thing for them to have the national jersey. Topsport Vlaanderen being effectively sponsored by the local government. You know, they I don't think they can put a value on that.
Sjoerd van Hinneken is the rider just behind Preben van Hekke. He's in the orange. Van Hekke, of course, in the driekleur, the Belgian tricolour jersey. Bit of confusing road furniture that thankfully successfully negotiated by the peloton. Just a reminder that De Maar is out, Van Avermaet is out, Benoot is also out. In the meantime, the women's race is split to pieces as well. Loads of action going on with just less than 25 kilometres to go. 90k's rest here. Does Trek Segafredo bring a couple of riders to the front?
Yeah, well, they need to sort of get back into the bike race a bit and start taking a more control of proceedings. They've put themselves in a position where they had to fight to get back in again, and then left their team leader very exposed for a long period of time, and that's just not good enough for a team like Trek Segafredo.
Hard to get away. It's a cruel thing, the Ronde van Vlaanderen, isn't it? We've seen it with the crashes and accidents already. You'd have thought that the Belgian champion might be allowed away to just get there, but they're all closing him down. Copycat attacks. This is the moment where the race is on. 90 kilometers to go. Next up is the Valkenberg.
Yeah, counter-attacks been happening in the front of the bunch there as well, so I don't think anyone is going to give anything away for free today in this one. You're going to have to, if you want to get into the break, you're going to have to make that happen with your legs. There's no freebies being thrown out.
And you wouldn't expect there to be in the 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen, the Tour of Flanders. Well, Benoot, who's out, would have been the 5th youngest winner. Would have been his first pro win. Van Avermaet out, dreams of winning this more than any other. Gonna have to wait another year. And that Omloop at Nieuwsblad curse continues. For Arnaud Démare, he'd have been the first French winner since 1992. And Jackie Durand, who by the way is here working for television today. None of those three could do it. We still have Sagan though, I mean, to just be the 5th rider to win here in the rainbow jersey. Thomas Stannard looking to become the first British winner since Tom Simpson 55 years ago in 1961. The only British winner so far. For Zdeněk Štýbar, no Czech winner has ever crossed the line first here. Tom Bonen wants to be here winning for what would be a record-breaking 4th time. And Fabian Cancellara could say goodbye as the greatest rider in Ronde van Vlaanderen history, again winning it for the 4th time. So much to happen in the next couple of hours. In the meantime, it's Erviti at the front onto the Valkenberg. He's wearing the navy blue. It's a hard climb, but it's more of a constant climb this time. It's an average of 8.1%. The maximum is at 12. Gospel Vlaanderen Baloise having a man up the road and a man chasing him. The Belgian champion chasing him.
The chasing group there is on 36 seconds.
These guys will be tiring now in the meantime. In the women's race, we're hearing of attacks from Chantal Blaak, who's won the last couple of Women's World Tour events. 22 Ks to go there, 88.7 to go here. Trek Segafredo still working hard. Erviti and Van Hoeke. .120 back to the peloton we're hearing, led by Trek Segafredo at the moment. Astana working hard for Lars Boom. Remember, talking of milestones, no Dutch winner for 30 years, Adrie van der Poel, and that's a long, long time. There's Boom and there's Terpstra looking to break that. Terpstra got so close last year. The last 100 metres, in fact, before he was beaten by Alexander Kristoff. Now Martin's still working on the front here. Suggests that Martin is going to be a man that's going to go from distance if he's going to go again today, because he's spent so much time on the front that he's not exactly been protected for the finale, has he?
No, definitely not. I think they're just going to use Tony up as much as they can, and let's be fair, he can do the work of probably about 2 or 3 other riders in himself.
The true definition of a deluxe domestique.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that. So I think Tony's just going to police things as much as he can and do all the work that he needs to do, and then let the, what should we call it, the more outright favourites from his team finish off this bike race.
One man who's barely been away from the front has been Fran Ventoso from Movistar. He's been in about 8th wheel. He's in road captain mode again most days. He's a former sprinter. He'll be looking after Amador today. And maybe even Nelson Oliveira as well. 20th, remember, on debut last year when he was at Lampremerida. Portuguese riding now for the Spanish team. World champion just adjusts his helmet. Peter Sagan, nice and safe for now, just alongside the man who preceded him as world champion. Thanks off the front. Orica Green Edge looking to push on. A bit less pressure on them today. No real favourite for the win. They can perhaps race as how they see fit as we look at 192 towards the back there, who is Frederik Bakkert. Little different groups opening up on the road, trying to chase in. It's only 133 back to the peloton now. 3 groups in front of them on the road. Another time to push on. Tinkoff, who don't have the most experienced team here, but it's a reinforced team for Peter Sagan. Pavel Brut, Adam Blythe, Kolar, Gatto, who could be there or thereabouts as a very interesting card to play. Gogol, who's been pushing on, the youngster, alongside Juraj Sagan and Nikolai Trusov. That was Nicholas Maas following up and marking the attacks from Ethics Quickstep. Taylor Phinney, not involved in that crash, thankfully, for BMC. Riding his first monument in 2 years. Really, really happy to be there, Taylor Phinney, but of course he won't be happy about what's happened to his teammate. But Taylor Phinney's a man who could have a bit of freedom, but no monument in 2 years. It's a hard distance, isn't it, for somebody?
It's a big ask. It's a very, very big ask. He's had 2 years out for injury, and he's on his way back, but it's still a long way back for him until he's at the level that he was before his accident. But obviously, it's nice to see him back on the bike and being, as far up as he is already at this point.
Nothing getting away at the minute. Just driving the peloton close to the break as well. It's gone back out to 1.5 minutes, now at 1:25. Gogol abandons his attempt to break out. Around the corner we go. 86 kilometres remain. Trek to drive it on once more. Experience in the shape of Irisa. A Stuyven second wheel. You would think that he's going to be needed here. Fabian Cancellara right on the wheel of Peter Sagan. That 10th position.
It's not a bad place to hang out, to be fair.
Well, the way that Sagan's been racing, he's been there at the pointy end of every single race almost he's raced this year, despite the fact he's only won one. Well, again, a good win last week though. It's been a crash-ridden start of the Ronde van Vlaanderen, almost 200 kilometres in. There's Emanuele Erviti. She'll be proud to be in the break today. Final climb of the day in the Volta Catalunya. Looks around, I wonder if they're about to get company. In the women's race, they're on the Quaremont. Lizzie Armitstead and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot up there, as is Emilia Fahlin, the Swedish champion. In the meantime, Von Hecke brought back. Talking the women's race, we're about to join them. having a good go. We'll leave it where it is for the minute. We'll be back when they're onto the Paterberg in just a few moments. For now, back to the men's race. 83 kilometers to go. 16 seconds now between the chasing group and the peloton behind. 1:16 all the way to the peloton. And it looks as though, as much as these little attacks are going, Magnus, from the peloton behind, it's been almost impossible to bridge the gap to the remnants of the breakaway. They're all well controlled.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think anyone is really all that keen on letting this race open up and split apart. We've only got 80 kilometers to go now, and already this morning it was kind of set into the way that this race has been ridden. No one's getting anywhere. It took a very long time before the actual morning break got up the road, and with that it means that most of the riders in the break are that much fresher that you can't really afford to let them get 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes and then ride them back down again. So this is just it's a full-on bike race, and one of these additions that I love this way of racing a bike where then the settles down. It's just aggressive the whole way.
Chaotic, isn't it?
Brilliant.
Absolutely chaotic. It's Kleis alongside Grustev. Kleis is the rider with his jersey open at the front, riding for his teammate Antoine Desmoitiers, who sadly died last week, riding for Wanty Groupe Gobert, who said they will ride for Antoine here. Grustev riding for the Kazakhstani team Astana. 82 kilometers to go in the meantime in the women's race. Yet another.
Grijpen, Polic en hardrijders. Daarachter dan Grijpen en Niels Polic. Er zijn die twee andere jongens. Maar Oele.
He'll be tiring now. He will be tiring. Just alongside him is His van Hooker. Looking around, that's the nature of these 90-degree turns as well, and the fact that it's all farmland. You can often see the different groups as Pollitt and Greipel alongside Ugo Ull making some distance up. Remember.
Nog twee. Waar is Astana? Astana. Lisa? Dimitri Kleis. Zedder, Gustav, wat beton hij trouw. Sky op kop. Ja. Ja, zij is twee man van. Dat is op bij als in de val. Dat is boom. Passato.
Back together after all of these crashes, but I think we got the next phase coming up in a not too distant future, and from this moment on, I don't think there's going to be anyone taking any prisoners.
$80Ks remain. A beautifully synchronized effort there in the field. Pictures that speak for themselves. André Amador at the front for Movistar. Is he going to be the last man standing for them, or is Nelson Oliveira going to be up there as well? They have one man in the break, and they're about to get company. What a ride this has been from Greipel and Pollitt behind. Greipel the main instigator, and he seems to have carried it on as much as possible, doesn't he?
Well, he's setting his team up for a very good position, and you know, in a good tactical position as much as anything. So, and you never know with Greipel, if they don't start racing him, then and chasing him down, then he certainly didn't look all that much out of shape in the panel.
One minute and 33. Erviti and Von Hooker about to be joined. Yeah, it was Greipel's own admission that said he wasn't going to be up there. But we're going to leave that for 1 minute because it's part of the bad time in the women's race, and I can tell you there is what are hopes for these guys at the front now, Magnus?
Not fantastic, I got to say, just because of what we have coming up, and the chase for position in the bunch is going to be even more.
78 k's to go in the men's race, and we're all together at the front. Erviti joined by Uhl again, with Pollitt and Greipel alongside Von Hooker.
Everyone's going to be aware of that, and with that they've got to try even harder, and potentially it becomes even more dangerous because it's almost a question of panic to get into these sections right at the very, very front.
Carpere time, 1 kilometre long, 5% average, cobbled, 77.9 k's to go on it. Maximum of 8% the gradient. There is Niels Pollitt, German under-23 champion we were talking about. That gap holding steady at the minute, 1:30. Is that going to suit anybody behind?
I don't know if it's going to suit anyone. I think it's at this point they're quite happy to settle the race down a fraction, but at the same time, when you're starting to then chase for position, it's difficult. But when you've got a teammate up there, you don't want to chase him down, but at the same time, you have to put the pressure on to get into to the next difficulty in well placed. So, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, Lotto Soudal don't have to ride, Katusha don't have to ride at the moment to chase anything. So, yeah, I guess it plays into their favour.
15 seconds for Armitstead and Johansson on a group of chasers that includes Ellen van Dijk, that includes Megan Guarnier. Lots of very fast riders. It's a race to the as we see problems for Lars Bohm in the men's race here. Change of a rear wheel. I think he knew it was coming. He was in conversation a minute ago with his team car.
Just a slow puncture.
You would hope that there are riders dropping back to pace him on here. Astana have a big job to do for Lars Bohm, who, by the way, we're told isn't too sure as whether he's going to stay on the road. A decision to be made after Paris-Roubaix as to whether he stays another year on the road next year, looks for another contract, or he goes back to the world of cyclocross.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Well, no Sven Nys anymore.
No, but there's some serious crosses in, you know, Wout van Aert and...
yeah, there's no guarantee he could go there and just win everything, is there?
And Mathieu van der Poel as well, so it's certainly not... You know, they are two sensational cyclocross riders, so I think it would be it will be hard for him whatever he does.
We'd never want it to be easy, would we?
No.
Fran Wendt also in the middle. Right inside you've got Ian Stannard. Moscon's on a great ride today. Luke Rowe towards the front as well. Some more chasers heading up. Grustev is going to make it. And it looks as though finally we'll get a Wanty Goubert rider at the front of the race, which is what every neutral has wanted all day long, and it's going to be Dimitri Kleiss.
Yeah, fair play. They haven't given up, have they? They kept on chasing hard and pushing to get themselves into that position.
So 5 riders up here, some strong riders in here. In the meantime, I can tell you that Johansson and Armitstead are pulling out their lead.
17 seconds they got.
Seven at the front of the race now. Bigger group. And this is who they are. Pollitt and Greipel, the Germans, Uhl, the Canadian, with Khrushchev from Kazakhstan. And they're joined by Erviti, the Spaniard, Von Hooker and Klaes, the Belgians. And hat off to Wanty Group-Gobert, who have made the breakaway on the day in memory of Antoine Demoitier. One minute and 46, the gap starts to grow a little. In the meantime, Sky at the front behind. Where are we in the race? Well, we've got the Kanariberg is the next climb, and then we've got a little brief cessation of hostilities on the climb until 54 k's to go, and that'll be the Old Guaramont for the second of 3 times. In the meantime, Bohm is back on the main group, chasing. Moscon still there.
Yeah, doing a solid ride today, isn't he?
Just on the left-hand side coming to the front. It's his compatriot Puccio who's turning into a good domestique behind. And hello again to the top time trialist from Canada, right at the front, riding for Orica Green Edge. He had his injury problems last year, but it's Svein Tuft who's driving it along for the Australian team. It's relatively relaxed at the minute behind.
Yeah,
relatively, I say.
Well, everything is relative, isn't it? But there isn't. The next couple of climbs are difficult, but not too bad. And there's a couple of kilometres here now of sort of reasonably quiet roads before getting onto the main road that heads down towards the Kanariberg, and it's more a question of getting into that one in the front, and then it settles down again. So it's not for another. Well, next time we hit Eau de Guaramont after 200 kilometres with 54 kilometres to go, that it really gets intense.
8 riders still chasing Emma Johansson and Lizzie Armitstead in the women's race. 7.8 kilometres to go. We will indeed bring you the finale of that particular event when it happens. And there are some big names chasing behind, I tell you. Peter Sagan at the front, still being well looked after. Tinkoff have done a decent job today. They missed that early split, but managed to sort things out as Markeli Rissard is at the front for Trek. Frances Desjeux behind. Well, what are they going to have left? They've lost their team leader, Arnaud Demar, today. They'll be trying to play things by ear, trying to make right moves. They've still got Ladagnou and Le Bon, who could be interesting, given the right position and given the right move. Just 4 kilometres to go to the Kanariberg. And then after that, the party really begins. The last 60 kilometres or so, relentless action, I think. And we've had that already. Remember, no Greg van Avermaet crashed. No Arnaud Demar also crashed. And Tischbenoot, I'm afraid, on his way to the hospital to be checked out as well. One minute and 57, so the group out the front is just being allowed to go a little further as we get to the second feed zone of the day. Of course, these monument distances require extra feeds. 55 there at the back. Taylor Finney still hanging about. 52 is Jumpy Drucker. 234 on your screen, Michel Kreder. Nice to see the BMC rider Finney back in action. So we've been through the second feed. That group's gap out there in the front has grown to 1 minute and 53. And it's Markeli Risa at the front, just keeping tempo alongside Svein Tuft. In the meantime, Ian Stannard tucks into his lunch. Eneretics quick stepper back. Iljo Kesse having had a bit of recovery time. Nicholas Maas is on his wheel in the blue on the right hand side. And just behind them, Tony Martin as well. Magnus, do you think that guys such as Kesse, Martin, Maas, who've given quite a bit already, they've had, let's say, a little bit of time off in the last few kilometres, it's calmed down again. Again, all's relative. Do you think they've got more to give?
Yeah, I think they definitely have more to give. You know, these guys recover so quickly. Even if they've gone extremely deep for a section of the race, as long as they get to spend a bit of time in the wheels, they just recover so quick and then get ready to go again. So, yeah, I think you'll see Kesse certainly and Tony Martin getting on the front and doing more work over the next 20 odd kilometres.
71.7 k's to go, approaching the Kanarieberg. And this is it. It hits you quite quickly. Kanarieberg, 1 kilometre long, 14% maximum. There are no cobbles here. What there are plenty of people on the side of the road. Wonderful, wonderful view. Springtime in Flanders and onto the Kanarieberg. 10th of 18 climbs in this race.
Not particularly difficult climb. It's up to the houses that you can just see up there, where it's really steep, and then he flattens out and it's somewhat more than falls flat, but it's not it's not crazy steep, and actually quite a rideable climb at that.
We're hearing that Greg van Avermaet has suffered a suspected broken collarbone.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Very unfortunate for him. Very, very unfortunate.
7 riders at the front of the race here with 71 kilometres to go. Kleis is the man at the back, the Belgian. Jersey unzipped and radio wires hanging out everywhere. Big learning curve this for Niels Pollitt at just 21 years of age. Riding for Katusha, who are nice and smart in their new jerseys this year. Greipel is the man doing the work, pushing on in red. Former German national champion. In the meantime, for the ladies, there are 4 kilometres remaining. Still 18 seconds of a gap for Armitstead and Johansson, but you'd have to say that tactically, all the power goes to Boels Dolmans, because Armitstead's a fast finisher as well, and she also has Ellen van Dijk behind, and she also has Chantal Black behind as well.
Yeah, so she doesn't really have to do an awful lot of the riding, to be perfectly honest, but then again, for Lizzie Armitstead, I think she feels fairly confident in this position, but you can never count out someone like Emma Johansson. She is very fast indeed in the sprint and very wise as a bike rider as well.
30 odd wins in a career don't come out of nowhere,
no,
do they?
Definitely not.
Back to the men's race for the moment. Tony Martin at the front. Marco Haller just alongside him, who's climbing better than ever. And there's Alexander Kristoff. Teeth gritted as he gets up the biggest 14% gradient.
I guess something that's going to play into this race as well today is that it is actually the first time in Belgium that is really warm outside. The sun is beating down, and that could certainly throw a few of these guys out. They've been up here now in Belgium racing in relatively cold and windy and difficult conditions, should we call it, and now all of a sudden, I guess without knowing the exact number, I'm guessing somewhere closer to 20 degrees in the sun today.
We saw people put Santo at the back there. A few rumours around that May well be people's last race today, we shall see. Bit of a helmet adjustment on the right hand side. Nicholas Maas. Svein Tuft on the left continues to tap out the rhythm. And it is just that at the minute. It's rhythm for these guys, no attacks. It's spread right across the road. And I think a lot of the favourites are just quite happy with the status quo here.
Yeah, definitely think they are. It's too early on the Canary bag to start laying down any kind of race-winning moves. It's more a question of, at this point, get some more food in, keep drinking, and drinking is going to be a key thing today. So that when we get to the next couple of climbs, that everyone's ready.
"14 seconds the gap in the women's race with 2 kilometres to go. Still the same two out front, Emma Johansson and Lizzie Armitstead. In the meantime, it's Irisa. It's Kwiatkowski who looks good behind him, the former world champion. Left-hand side, you can see Tinkov looking after Peter Sagan. That is Kwiatkowski just jettisons a bit of empty food or packaging. Getting rid of as much ballast and weight as possible. 69.6 Tour of Flanders. "66 kilometres to go in the men's race. Andre Greipel still at the front, 2 minutes and 24. And this gap's been allowed to grow. It's been allowed to grow quite handsomely, in fact.
Yeah, I think the rest of the bunch wants these guys out there, and they're quite happy with that. So yeah, why not just settle it down in the bunch and
65 Ks. .241 then. 65 kilometres to go. Conversation towards the back. That's Federico Zurlo, who's been out in the break earlier today. In the meantime, 76 there for Sky is Ian Stannard, just stopping whilst it's nice and calm.
Grab the opportunities, right?
And we're getting towards, we're just in the grand finale in the women's race, we're getting towards that point in the men's race where we really are expecting the fireworks and the party to start. I know we've had an action-packed race so far today. It's been fast enough. We've had action for the wrong reasons as well, remember, with crashes. And here we go, attack time again. That's like Mathieu Ladagnou to me. Certainly looks very, very similar to him from Française des Jeux. Remember, 64.8 Ks to go. Next climb again will be the Quadramont once more.
In about 10 kilometres time. Well, exactly 10 kilometres.
Looks behind us. Ladagnou is waiting for company. That's the thing, if you're going to try and bridge a gap here, you can't do it on your own, can you?
No, definitely not. This now would require a significant group to go if they're going to have any chance of bridging that 2:45 gap to the front riders. But I guess it's an opportunity now for some of the riders who are not quite confident in their ability on the Quadramont and so on to maybe get themselves out there, get a little bit of a gap, and just ride that gap and effectively get caught on the top of the Quadramont the next time, and then. I mean, this time around, the Quadramont we got, and then straight away the Patersberg, and straight away the Koppenberg, and it just never stops after that, really. So getting that head start on some of these climbs might mean that you can get through a couple of them your teammates, the favourites, are coming up to you, and you can give them a helping hand. So it's more kind of thinking about 3, 4, 5, 6 steps down the road here now, if you can actually get yourself into a move.
Tinkoff doing a really good job here in support of Peter Sagan today. They've reinforced their classic squad after many a near miss. Finally saw their world champion Sagan pick up his maiden win in the rainbow jersey last Sunday at Ghent-Wevelgem. A team actually leads the UCI World Tour standings. That's a reward for consistent success since the beginning of the year. All Sagan 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th places count as big points, of course. By the way, in the women's race, it was Armitstead from Johansson from Black, Guarnier, Longo, Borghini, Van Dijk, Van Vleuten, Ferrand-Prévot, Lichtenberg and Nieuwad-Dioma making up the top 10. 2nd British winner of the Tour of Flanders in the women's event. Back to the men, and this is where we're going to concentrate now for the rest of the afternoon. Moscon again at the front of the race. What a day! Martin is involved in this one as well, hence the reason why nobody will really want to see it go. Direct Energie have been quite quiet today. Adrien Petit has been on good form for them so far this year. Can't stop winning since he joined the team from Cofidis. Of course, if you have been watching for the last few years, pardon me, it's Jean-René Bernaudot and his team that are now Direct Energie. They were formerly Europe Cup. Sylvain Chavanel back at that team, the team where he started his career. Managed to re-find his winning form, and hello to Nicky Terpstra for the first time at the front of the race today. 3rd wheel.
I think that's quite a significant thing as well, is that Nicky has not been seen yet today. Been hiding very well, and I think he's going to be playing a major part in this final.
So Terpstra, if he is to win, surely he has to get rid of sprinters. We saw that last year.
Yeah.
He's got to go on his own.
Yeah, I think he has to go on his own, or ideally just get someone that's not as fast as Christoph with him. I think that's kind of been one of the key things. You know, the sprinters have become such good classics riders as well, and certainly the power sprinters. And we got one of those up here as well, who in form of Andre Greipel, I think he certainly would borderline capable of doing this one if the right sort of scenario plays out.
Yeah, he's an interesting rider in classics territory. Such a strong rider is Andre Greipel.
Yeah.
Again, I wonder if he was bluffing when he said he wasn't on the top form. Yeah, we haven't seen him on the top form, but as you say, he looked decent in De Panne. He buried himself for his teammates here over the last few years. It was Hughes said in his own words, "I'm far from my best condition." That was the press conference line. Doesn't necessarily mean he's feeling good, because we know in his best condition he's pretty unstoppable, as we saw at the Tour de France last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult when you're coming back from injuries and so on. You never quite know where you are. One day you're feeling superb, the next day you're barely moving forward, and then all of a sudden you find yourself sort of pedaling into something that feels okay, and you just don't seem to get anywhere, but you're not really getting any better. And when you're doing these kind of races, it's sort of having that really high lowest level that sort of tends to get you into positions where all of a sudden you're playing for the win.
Slightly more strung out again. The gap going up to 2 minutes 33. Greipel present. People thinking, well, not panicking, but it's time to start attacking, because it's all going to come naturally leading up to the Quaremont again. That little bit of a descent, that approach into the climb. And the head of the race is seeing an attack from Niels Pollitt. Hat off to you.
Yeah, why not? And we're now out onto the on the main road again for heading down towards Kloosberg and Quaremont, and we're going to see definitely a bit of chase for position and making sure that all the main guys want to be at the front, because this time up the Eau de Quaremont, they mean business. It's at the business end of the race now. 60 kilometers to go. Anything can happen. Any rider, any combination of riders can go and effectively stick it all the way to the finish line. So I think we'll see a big battle onto the bottom of the Eau de Quaremont this time.
6 kilometers to go until we get onto the Eau de Quaremont again.
I've never liked this particular position, and I can't see what it actually does. It's just showing kids how to do it, and then they go and wipe out.
Yeah, don't try this at home. Great to see Okolo back in here as well. Part of the original breakaway. Got dropped. Hat off to Imanol Erviti. And he's Van Hooke, who's still there as well. 2:21 is the gap. Pollitt on debut here at the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Of course, it's that special feeling. We talked about any rider being out there, but given the historical significance of today, 100th edition, all the great names and riders who have been out there, it's a nice club to join. And with all the media attention you received, television coverage here, if you get yourself on the front of the race at any point, even if it's just for 10-15 seconds, you're forever recorded in the history of the event.
Yeah, you definitely are. It is a monument, and a massive one at that. So
nice to see Yuan Zhen at the front now for Direct Energie. It's racing hard, it's racing fast behind. Sylvain Chavanel is another of those really dangerous riders that if he goes in Terpstra style, may not well be caught afterwards. Chavanel in good position here. Has his teammates doing the business right now. Direct Energie with Jean, Petit. They also got Antoine Dechaine to take some word and work up as well. And we're seeing little bits of splits already. All that talk about positioning again. So many little mistakes that could be very, very costly.
Yeah, definitely. And this is such a difficult descent to maintain position on. You can waste so much energy. You need to really sit relatively far back and just wait and wait and wait and wait, and then just make one big move, because we're talking 80, 90 kilometers an hour down this particular descent if the wind is in the right direction. You've got to wait until you hit the flat just before the speed bumps and then go.
Talking of Chavanel, right in the middle, you can just see the French flag on his arm. Everybody desperate to be at the front here. Look at the cadence everybody's doing.
Well, you can barely pedal, and it is so fast down here. So it's just you've got to find that position where you're not wasting energy, and then just wait and wait and hit it super, super hard with one big move as you're getting out onto the flat and take over the drive of it.
Well, before we get to the Quaremont, this could well be it. Bonen versus Cancellara. The last week we're going to get to see this on their favoured terrain. We've got today and next week, fingers crossed, at Paris-Roubaix as well. This is a rivalry that's characterised cobble classics in the last decade. Wouldn't it be great to see another battle between those two here today?
Oh, I'd love to see that. It would be fantastic. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, let's just hope that they're all staying rubber side down, so that at least they get to battle it out. As we're coming in here now towards Kloosbergen and everyone going through this corner, this is key for positioning now over the next couple of 100 meters. There's a lot of Sky riders down the back there now, though. Not really in optimum position.
Well, they've got Kwiatkowski up at the front. Now, Kwiatkowski in second place.
Yeah.
This is a particular hill that he struggled on in Edri Harelbeke. He's good on the sharper gradients because he can make the difference. He has the power. But on the Eau de Quaremont, it was flagged up in the Belgian press this week, particularly in Het Nieuwsblad, that it was an area he had to improve on the Quaremont.
Yeah, he's obviously a slighter rider and not quite as big and powerful a rider. I think the key for Kwiatkowski is not to go too bonkers, well, actually to go bonkers on the early part of the climb and put everyone else into trouble where they have to chase him down, so that they're wasting energy to get back onto him. At which point it becomes a level playing field over the top on the false flat cobbles and so on. and then just make sure that he's got teammates around him.
Look at the fight here. In fact, both Sky riders looking for each other. Pucci on the left-hand side, trying to put Kwiatkowski into position. He's now lost Gołaś, his Polish compatriot, and big lieutenant, and they're just being pushed back into around 10th, 15th
Luke Rose
position.
has come up there, perfect timing as well, onto fourth wheel out of that corner. Good move for Kwiatkowski to have Luke up there as well.
3 riders going inside the lamppost there.
Well, anywhere where there's hard surface enough and you can fit your handlebars is a good place to ride in Belgium.
Kwiatkowski still well placed. Right hand side, row alongside him now. Of course, 2 riders who aren't too used to working with each other, have ridden only a handful of days together. On the bike. In the meantime, back onto the Quadramonts. Second of 3 passages. 4.5 minute effort to the top. In fact, Nicky Terpstra has the fastest recorded time on the Strava segment online. That's 4 minutes 26 seconds, and that was at Edri Harelbeke the other week. In fact, 8 of the fastest Strava times on the hill have been set in racing this year in 2016.
Yeah, that just goes to show that the racing is certainly flat up here, and
brilliant. 55 k's to go, and look at all the people here. There's cheering for every nation, every type of rider. Everyone's just having a great time.
They've been out here since 8 o'clock this morning now, I think, so the atmosphere has been rising with the probably the amount of beer that's been poured.
You've got to get your spot, haven't you? It's a bit like going to the beach and putting the sundial down at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Somebody had to pitch up, somebody had to get up early. There's the fans from Euskadi, the Basque Country. In the meantime, it's Dimitri Kleis from Belgium and Juan Tigre Gobert who leads them up the Quadramont. Grusteb just behind him. First out of 2 riders in the red is the German Andre Greipel. Second out of 2 riders in the red is the young German Niels Pollitt. Behind them you have Hies van Hucke in the white, yellow and blue, and bringing up the rear in Movistar colours, Imanol Erviti. Leaders on the Quadramont, 2 minutes and 4 ahead of the peloton. Corrected by the race radio, 1 minute and 45. Magnus had his ear to it. Great scenes on the side of the road.
Quite like having the race radio in there. It's almost like you're in the race itself.
Edvard Boasson-Hagen, knowing when it's time to be at the front. We haven't hardly seen him all day, and here he is on the left-hand side. Rudolph's being paced up quite nicely as well.
Yeah, a lot of key players. Danny Oss is in there as well now for BMC, just behind the man in green with the black and red helmet.
Andre Amador is the only Movistar rider who you can see, the man from Costa Rica. He's actually the only Central American on the UCI World Tour. And, well, hanging around very, very close to the front is Luke Rowe.
Probably my outside bet for today's race.
Well, in stage racing, he serves the role captain's role, but here on the classics, he's slowly been gaining more protagonism and more opportunities for himself. And here is Stijn van den Berg pushing it up the Quadramont. It's Etixx Quick-Step's time to make everybody chase again.
Yeah, a couple of small responses as well, though, from a few riders, and this is probably what Etixx are wanting. They want everyone to sort of go after Stijn here now, and let's open this bike race up a bit, because let's face it, we're going up over the Ode Quadramont and we're dropping out onto that main road. Couple of rollers drop down onto Patersburg. After the Patersburg, it's only a question of 6-7 kilometers on very, very narrow roads until we hit the Koppenberg, and at that point it's just going to be people everywhere.
Trendin still in there for Etixx Quick-Step. Stewart, Geraint Thomas a long way down towards the back. Stijn van den Berg, though, working really hard.
But the thing is with the Eau de Quirmont as well, we're saying that Geraint Thomas is relatively far back. If you're riding up the Eau de Quirmont very easily, certainly on the climbing bit, and you've got some good legs left in you, then put it up onto the big ring and then just motor out around the outside. But I just wonder if Geraint Thomas has actually recovered, because we saw him down in Catalonia.
He was struggling, wasn't he?
He was struggling. He was really hurting. He's, you know, over-raced, overtrained probably in the beginning part of the year. He needed a bit of time to recover. But the problem is a week to recover without any races to kind of keep the race sharpness in there as well. Is that the right way forward? I think it may actually have been better next weekend.
This wide bit of road that we so often see in Belgian racing after the Quirmont.
It's an iconic couple of rollers.
It's wide. When it's windy, it's hard work up here, isn't it? You often get different groups split that can see each other. Not the case yet today. 54.1 kilometres to go. The Paterberg is next. In the meantime, still at the top of the Quirmont. This is quite a gap that's been open. Stijn van den Berg, who became Stijn van den Bag when he won that stage in the Volta Valenciana at the start of the year. Only the second victory in his career so far. Long, long time it's been since the first.
Yeah, but what a rider to have with you, though. So strong, so committed to his team.
Pollitt still pushing on. Greipel still remains in the group as well. 2:15 to the peloton, 1:49 to the Van den Berg pair. And this is the long string of riders chasing behind in the main peloton.
I was a bit surprised that there wasn't any more real effort being made up the Eau de Quirmont here now, because the problem these guys are going to have is the next couple of rollers here now, and then you turn left onto a very narrow road heading down towards Patersburg. They're going to need to make sure that they turn off this road in a very good position. So the battle is going to come here now in the next kilometre.
Attack out of the peloton. Wanty Gobert really want to light this race up, and it's no surprise. Oof.
Why have they got these things put in the middle of the road there? For
I think they're supposed to indicate no parking, but by the time the roads are closed, we know there's no parking on there. The women's race has already been across here. They could have been removed.
That is seriously dangerous for the riders.
Hey, Paco, kom aan. Elkaar eraan, hij bent nu. Meestal in een vooruitgeschoven positie. Hey, Bakvoort, pak.
Hand side there, all of the guys are trying to get themselves onto this left-hand turn that's coming up here now, front row, and Sagan definitely now he's interested about this.
Sagan is there on the right. You can see Cancellara on the left-hand side. Pozzato right on the wheel of Sagan, and he's been hanging out on the back. Trentin is there. Bonen is there. Geraint Thomas is there, as is Danielos, and Fabian Cancellara on the left-hand side.
So all of the favourites that are still left in the race are now within the first sort of 15, 20 riders in the bunch.
1:59.
It's very unfortunate that we lost a couple of the key riders in this one. Certainly Greg van Avermaet, I was so looking forward to seeing what he was going to be able to do, but I guess that's part of racing. Patersburg.
This is the Paterberg, 52.2 kilometres to go. 6 riders out the front. 360 of the hardest meters you'll do in a bike race. 20% the maximum gradient. It's Dries Devenijns who's the quickest out of anybody ever on this sector. 54 seconds, but that was in training, in the gutter. In a race, Michał Kwiatkowski pedalled over 500 watts for 1 minute and 4 seconds with an average speed of just under 21 kilometers per hour. That's the best race effort that's been recorded just yet.
With Kwiatkowski weighing very, very little, that is some serious going up here. Interesting, I think that could be for the final then, because we've seen what Cancellara is capable of doing in the past. We've seen what Sagan is capable of going up here in the past. Bonen, all of these guys. What can someone like Kwiatkowski do? Obviously, we've still got Geraint Thomas. We know all.
Putting it out there for all to see. Caja Rural on in this race, but they got their mention for the Spanish supporters there. And that's all the Paterberg is. That's it. 360 metres. It's tough. It's tight. Those breakers have it to take on just once more, but 2 more times for the peloton. And Sky really wanting to be up the front here, Magnus.
They certainly do, and it's important to get into the bottom of this this climb in a very good position. It's also one of the. You can, if you've got a couple of teammates with you going around here, you don't have to go super hard the first 50 metres. You can effectively let everyone back it up a bit, and then you hit it as it starts getting steeper.
All the main riders already at
Taylor
the front.
Finn is still in there as well, just spotted him.
Nice to see him there as well. We wondered how long he would survive. Edvald Boasson-Hagen was towards the front. We saw Kwiatkowski come up in the first 5 or 6. Geraint Thomas was there as well.
Stannard on the front.
Stannard driving on the left-hand side. You can see Trentin as well. Not too far away is Cancellara, and this is Van den Berg. Inside the last 50 kilometres of the jewel in the Flemish crown of spring classics. This is the Ronde van Vlaanderen, the purest classic in this part of the world. The bergs and the cobbles of the Flemish Ardennes. A breakaway still out there. 6 riders are there. 1 minute and 8 seconds is the gap. Chasers in between as well. In the meantime, coming to the line, just out of your picture, we've got 100 riders who've been selected to ride the last 100 kilometres. A couple of our commentary colleagues are out there as well. Dan Lloyd and Matt Stevens, chaperoning around a competition winner, all wearing beautiful de Ronde jerseys. I think that Johan Museeuw was alongside them as well. Several famous faces. 100 kilometres that a lot of those guys will remember for a long time. In the meantime, 105 to Van den Berg, and we're seeing counter-attacks coming. They make the race. Van Baarle and Van den Berg are at 1 minute and 5. And interesting that Sky do have this ready. They've never been in such a good position at the Tour of Flanders before. They usually struggle with numbers at this point.
Certainly this at this time of the race, they've a lot of the time ended up in trouble on the Eau de Quadmont section that we've just gone over, and then been chasing to try and get themselves back into the bike race again across this part where we are now on our way towards Koppenberg, and that's kind of put them in a difficult position overall. Wasted too much energy to sort of try and get back in to a race that has already been split up by then.
We saw a little illustration graphically of the race being split up. This is it on the screen. Groups everywhere now with 48 kilometers to go. And there are still plenty of bergs and cobbles still remaining. We've had 12 of the 18. Next up, it's the mighty Koppenberg.
Yeah, and hopefully it has dried up a little bit, because the last indications we heard, people were actually having to walk up it. The best bike riders in the world were struggling to ride up it.
Michał Kwiatkowski's got the record on it.
Watch this move here now by Luke Rowe. He's seen his teammates have boxed in a bit, so he's getting onto the front and starting to drive this to open up, so that the rest of his teammates can get back out again.
And we can see them moving up on the right-hand side. Front Magnus, left-hand side Dimitri Klaes with his jersey unzipped. At the front with the Lotto Soudal red jersey on is the former German champion André Greipel. This is the Kazakhstani rider Dmitry Gruzdev in the turquoise jersey. Emanuel Erviti, you have to take your hat off for being in the break all day long from Movistar. Behind the 21-year-old German Niels Pollitt. Behind him, His van Hooke, the Belgian six-strong riders, but it's all happening behind.
Yeah, it's definitely happening behind. There's a lot of movement, and the guys are chasing hard now. Well, not really chasing hard, but more thinking about the positioning going into these climbs. And Koppenberg, you've got, if you can, in any way, shape or form, get to be first in onto the cobblestones there, you are in the best place. Because behind, all it takes is for one person to slip a little bit with the back wheel, not get the drive forward. That spins the bike a bit and stops you, and then the rest of the way is just running, because you cannot restart on those if it's wet and slippery on the stones. It is so steep and such a difficult climb.
Vondenberg, the big man at the back here, just in front of him Dylan van Baarle. Two Dutch-speaking riders, one a Belgian, one a Dutchman. 53 seconds behind this six-rider group. Gruzdev is a good piece to have out there for Astana. Same with Greipel. Nice to see him in breaks as well. It's something that on a normal day in a stage race you could never see. Nobody would ever work with André Greipel to get away in a group.
No, you would definitely not. But I think a lot of the sprinters are very underrated in terms of what they're riding. Do the majority of the work leading into the first climb, and then try and sort of get themselves into the finish in one way or another. But there's certainly some very quality bike riders, not just for 200 metres.
Something we often hear from Mark Cavendish.
Yeah.
I'm a good bike rider, I'm not just a guy who finishes off at the end, and it's nice to see that being put into play in front of us on our television screens right now. 45 k's to go. Not going to survive though, I think we all know that. Greipel thinks it might do. A little push on, and he wants to keep going here.
Yeah, he definitely wants to, and he wants to try and get into the Koppenberg with a bit of an advantage, certainly on the group that's coming chasing behind him. If he can survive this and get over the top, then he's put himself over effectively the most unrideable of climbs, in a way where he can actually start thinking about, if nothing else, help out. But if they don't start attacking each other and do some serious riding, then it might be that it comes back together again. And hey, who's faster than him?
Well, we're less than a kilometre to Koppenberg now. You'll all remember the 80s, 85, when it was the worst for weather and everybody had to walk up in the end. Only Phil Anderson and Jan Ras made it up by bike. Everybody else had to walk, even the great Sean Kelly, remember. 24 made it to the finish line that year. 2 years later, Jesper Skibby crashing. %, and Andre Greipel doing exactly what you thought he might have to do, taking it on with a little sliding room. 600 meters of pure hell and pain, flooding of lactic acid.
Yeah, it definitely is, and just trying to get the grip to get the bike to move forward, and it's such a difficult climb. If you haven't been here, you need to get here, because when you're riding into it, all you see is this grey strip going up in front of you, and it is like a wall.
Greipel riding up it now. Thankfully, it's dried out a bit in the sunshine today. 2 days ago, it was too slippy for cars to get up. It was too slippy for riders to get up, with Sky and Astana having to walk up and be very careful not to slip all over the place on their cleats. Comedy scenes in the newspapers when the pictures were published. Greipel doing a good job here. Oh, out the saddle as well.
Well, if you can get any kind of grip out of the saddle, it's definitely a good way to get up it, because it's so steep here that when you sit down, and you tend to pop your front wheel out, and that's not ideal either. So the position on the bike becomes very weird and very laboured in a way.
Van Baarle being dropped by Vandenberg, and in the meantime we're about to see the peloton, or a little bit of a break off the front that's developed.
Oh, interesting.
Come up, and it looks like Luke Rowe.
No, that's Ian Stannard.
Ian Stannard out the way. We saw Rowe on the front of the group behind. There's a direct energy rider in here. Trek Segafredo represented as well.
Yeah.
Koppenberg time, and it is all kicking off. Vandenberg, the stronger of the two riders here, but Van Baarle's defended himself quite well. Go on, Stain, you can hear it. Erviti looking so strong. Guzdev, Pollitt. It may well be young Pollitt's first race ascent of the Koppenberg here. Look at the sea of people at the top. Kleiss riding well, Greipel sliding a little, yes, but he's been an absolute warrior on this 22% gradient.
And certainly for someone who's not in his top condition, hey, what a ride.
Oh, so much history. I don't ever ask Freddie Martins about this hill. He famously lost an edition to Roger de Vlaming here, disqualified for a bike change. It's always a little too far from the finish to cause some direct effect on the race, but we have incidents, we have drama, we have great. This is the main group following behind. Lars Bohm leading them up. Cancellara there, second wheel.
Riding very smoothly indeed.
Bonen not going too badly. There is Sagan as well. Well, and we've got riders walking. This is exactly what we thought might happen today. Sky number 74, Salvatore Puccio, 197 there. is Bjorn Turau. Oh, bikes on the shoulders. This is the classic Koppenberg image, isn't it?
It is.
I think if you're having to do this, you ain't getting back on the front, are
I've
you?
had to do this once as well.
No.
I spent about the next 100 kilometers chasing, but it came a bit earlier on in the race back then.
Belgian champions jersey down there as well. Preben van Hekke. There is Puccio. Oh, Pipo Pozzato caught behind. And he's been looking so good, but it's just a bit of a nightmare to get back on from here, isn't it? Out the back you go, I think, and same can be said for Taylor Phinney. 43.2 kilometers to go. Top of the Koppenberg there, back onto the descent, and it's fast and furious all the way now. They've just got to keep an eye on this gap.
Yeah, definitely have to. They have to be a bit careful what's going on here. Very interesting couple of corners as well to deal with on some very narrow roads. So it will be strung out for some. Time now before these groups will get back together properly.
So after the Koppenberg, where do we go? Maria Borrestraat in 2 kilometers time. That is the 6th and final section of flat cobbled sectors, 2 kilometers long. After that to the Steenbeek-Dries, the Taaienberg. And guess who was at the front of this group just a moment ago? Mr. Taaienberg, Tom Bonen.
Yeah.
Looked to be one of the better positioned Ethics Quick-Step riders who en masse seemed to have disappeared from the front.
There was still quite a number of riders up there actually near the front from Quick-Step, but I think they need to be careful now over the next couple of kilometers as to what make sure that they don't lose grip of this bike race.
Stuyven was looking good, De Volder was looking good, as was Cancellara.
This particular bit here, we get out and get the second feed. Very difficult road, very hard to go up here, and then you turn left off it, and all of a sudden it becomes very grippy again. More cobbles.
Trek Segafredo, Tinkoff and Sky looking particularly good at the front. Ethics Quick-Step have been doing. Like to see some more images of them towards the front. Look at this, just 19 seconds now between the first two groups. Remember Stannard in that first chasing group as well at 23 seconds is going to be a big danger, if not a good launch pad.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at
quite
all
nice
these
to see who's actually made it into this group here now, because I'm sure we've lost a couple of favourites.
A few riders sitting up behind. There is De Volder. Cancellara is there, Sagan.
Gatovski, Hagen.
Bonen was there, Terpstra still in this group as well.
Is that Jan Barta from Bora?
Tinkoff trying to get a rider up there. You would imagine it's going to be Oscar Gatto at this time. Wait to get a look at that. And this is one of the groups developing on the road. Stijn de Volder there is number 42. This is the lead of the race, by the way. And you can see groups all over the road on this long straight road. And it looked as though Greipel was all set to give it another go. Lotto Soudal still have good representation. Roulants, you would imagine, is amongst these. Chase is behind. A couple of Sky riders in each of the groups as well. Lots of represented riders. You can see the world champion Peter Sagan as it all comes back together again, and they all start looking at each other. 40 kilometers to go in this 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen. Boom is there. Tom Bonen having a chat, wondering why there aren't riders working together. In the fact, for Quick-Step you have Terpstra, Bonen, and I think that could well be Stibar.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. It should be Stibar.
And that was the aim of the game at the start of the day, really, to get those three guys into a good position.
Yeah.
Sky seem to have riders everywhere at the minute.
Problem is, though, with all these moves here happening here now, they can't afford to let a group go up the road because they haven't really got an awful lot of riders to work with. So someone needs to cover this.
Geraint Thomas, I think, the latest to go on the attack.
Yeah, that's a dangerous one in anyone's book. Peter
Beening on the left-hand side.
Vele voor kan hier staan, maar 2 keer 4 à 5 denk ik de eerste 10 zullen hier voorbij zijn. Gestopt dan is het wachten op de...
De Volder looking round. Remember, a winner of 2 Tour de Flanders. Tour of Flanders, pardon me. We are sitting next to our French colleagues here in the commentary box. Onto the Maria Borrestraat. Inside 40 kilometers. 6th and final flat cobbled section.
Dat is de Van den Berg met dinges. Van den Berg is wel weg. Nee, die moet erachter zitten deze. Van den Berg is wel weg. Ah, oh, hier wel, mooi. Heel lange wel. Eén zit erachter. Ja, hè? Sky, Sky, hè?
Gijs van Hoeken en Groenstedt. Dus een man of 9.
Standaard bezig.
Voorsprong, weet ik niet goed. Ik denk op dit ogenblik een seconde of 50 op de voorwacht van het peloton. Of wat daar nog van overblijft kan. Ja, het zal zoiets zijn. Misschien een beetje minder. Omdat er één man nu is weggereden. Ian Standaard hier. Voor het eerst dat Sky misschien wel de eerste keer probeert om de wedstrijd nog harder te maken. Dat het niet toe geweest is op de kasseien.
Klaar. Dan moet je rijden, heel seizoen rijden. Als je moet op de film op. Het lukt het traag regen deze keer. Ja, Thomas. Ost. Allez, Kuya. Als kattel. Christophe is ook bij deze zeker? Ik heb hem niet gezien, maar het zal wel, ja. Allez, Pipo! Viviane, nee. Ik denk dat moet ook weg. Schot was net bij het eerste. En Fini was ook weg.
Onto the Steenbeek Dries. Nicky Terps for the fastest on here on Strava, 1 minute 22 seconds.
Bit of reaction coming from the bunch here now.
And Geraint Thomas is involved.
I think no one is really happy to let these guys go up the road either. You know, they everyone wants to make sure that they're covering all these moves because they're not really a team with a massive amount of numbers left in the in what is effectively the peloton here.
Big one from De Vreese.
Looked like Stibar was hurting a bit there, or was that Trentin still?
Well, if Trentin is still there, it's dangerous. Well, one of the Ethics riders certainly going backwards.
Yeah, that's kind of
So the top of the Steenbeek-Dries, 38 kilometers to go. Taaienberg is next, as the motorbike just felt the force of that pothole.
Yeah, what a deep one at that.
We heard him wince there. Well, the race is all over the road right now. 8 riders up the front. We're waiting to get all the gaps. One minute 35 we're being told from the main group behind, but what is the main group at the minute? It's hard to see. 53 seconds we're told between Group 1 and Group 2. Sagan leading things behind at the minute.
Big move from Astana coming there on the left-hand side of your picture now as well.
Is that Roulant's?
It is.
Wow. Not waiting, not hanging about.
Well, I don't think there's really all that much to hang about for anymore, because these guys have still got a significant gap, and they need to start maxing it up there as we go again into
Taaienberg time. No Tom Bonen first on it. Standard on the chase. De Vries is with him. Roulant is on the way, we're told. De Vries was with him. Head of the race in the meantime. This is Dylan van Baarle.
solid rider he is becoming.
Going to be there at the end. At the minute they're going well, as is Ian Stannard, who takes it on to the Taaienberg. In the meantime, chasing behind,
Sepp van Marke.
Sepp van Marke is there, Stibar is with him, and on the right hand side De Vries is going to go again. De Volder is in this group as well.
And who's that from Tinkoff?
You would guess it's going to be Oscar Gatto, but you'd have to wait. Maybe Adam Blythe?
No, it didn't look like Blythe.
Sepp van Marke onto the Taaienberg.
Oh, wrong shoes for being Blythe.
Well, this climb has been moved in the last few years. It's gone from being the second climb to being the 15th in the race.
Ooh, De Volder having to dig deep.
Does in fact look like Gatto.
Yeah.
Be third group on the road now.
I would have expected so, yeah. Riders bridging across here now to that's Kwiatkowski coming across to the group here with
Skye in a wonderful position right now, you'd have to say. In standards there. This is Evel Boss and Hagen making a move.
Terpstra there as well.
Cancellara not too far behind. Sagan around as well. Riders all over the road. 35 kilometers remaining.
Just looks like Nicky Terpstra down the second group behind the houses here now, really pressing on because he's realizing this is a dangerous group here now. We've got two. Fredo there working for the leaders.
1 minute and 10 behind the leader of the race still. 35 k's to go. And look at all the Skye riders.
Kwiatkowski and Geraint Thomas.
Looking really good here. And look at this, a two-time former winner such as De Volder burying himself for Fabian Cancellara.
Yeah, the Cancellara doesn't look like he's even trying yet. He's still looking so composed, so strong.
Behind, remember, Bonen losing the early battle. Cancellara, by the way, if he wins today, will be the third oldest rider to win Ronde van Vlaanderen. 35 years, 16 days. Only André Schmil in 2000 at 37 years, 71 days. And Andrea Tafi in 2002, 35 years, 335 days, were older than Cancellara is today. By the way, great news for Orica Green Edge. Jens Kukulera looks like he's there.
Very good. Very good for them.
Good ride. Jesper Stuyven in one of the chase groups still. And here is Ian Stannard. Niels Pollitt just ahead of him, having been dropped. Just shows the strength of Andre Greipel in there.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, this man is going as well. Ian Stannard is just not... He's riding his way through. Yeah.
But those groups, as you can see, very close to each other on the road still. It's all coming together again.
I think we're going to watch Ian Stanner jump straight into the front here now and start working with the Trek and Tinkoff riders.
He's getting another gel for that purpose, I think.
Yep.
Cucurella is in that front group. He is the Orica Green Edge rider. We suspected as much. It's just been confirmed by race radio, as Gatto is the man on the right-hand side in the Tinkoff jersey. Looks back, looks for Pedro Sagan in the World Champions jersey, and it's still two-time winner, Stijn de Volder, burying himself on the front.
Riders coming, bridging across here now, the groups of... look at that, Tom Boonen now in the favours of...
working for Nicky Terpstra.
Terpstra, yeah. Interestingly, Alexander Christo still in this race. Morkov in this race as well for Katusha.
Well, Boonen working for Terpstra is a big bit of news, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not said he's going to retire, but with the way it's going, he's no contract for next year at the minute. Could be his last Ronde van Vlaanderen. Maybe it's anybody but Cancellara. Doesn't want anybody on 4, does he? Radio back in from de Volder here. Remember a couple of years ago had that awful race where he went down, kept going, went down again, kept going. Showed great spirit that day as Trentin has time to look around.
Yeah, he's looking
good, isn't he?
He's hurting, but then I guess so would most people after 220k of racing and some hard racing at that. But yeah, Stannard now hitting the front end for Team Sky.
Here is Stannard. And look at the riders left behind. Rowe is there. Kwiatkowski looking good. Geraint Thomas there as well. So many different options. 32 kilometres remain. Back to the back of the race. This is Damien Gaudin. 68 just in front of him is Martin Wijnands. Next is the Kruisberg. Comes up in around 6 kilometres time. And Sagan is onto a move here by Kwiatkowski. That surprised everybody.
I think that surprised a lot of people, and saying de Volder's still working harder to try and bridge it, because he's probably looking back. Oh, no, trying to do the handling.
Well,
luckily, Cancellara didn't do that one.
I'm going to say, is this everybody's attempt, Sky and Tinkoff together, to try and put Cancellara under a bit of pressure?
I think that might be the case, but what a move by these two.
Well, Kwiatkowski and Sagan, top quality riders, the last two world champions on the road.
Where did we see these guys go the last time?
Not so long ago, was it? Remember, winners, Edri Harelbeke, the mini Tour of Flanders.
That's Sepp van Marken trying to bridge across to the two.
Sepp van Marken in the yellow. It was in Edri Harelbeke that Kwiatkowski and Sagan went. Sagan going to sleep in the sprint, Kwiatkowski winning it. Van Marken behind, it's now Edvald Boasson-Hagen who's having to do the chasing himself. It's all breaking up.
Yeah, Ethics have now put themselves in a position where they're on the back foot again.
Are these three going to work together?
I think they're going to have to, because this is a good, strong move. Although Sepp van Marken not looking like he's in a good position right now physically.
I think they're all in good enough form. I think they're all working really hard. And this is a chance for anybody not involved to try and get on the move now. Ethics Quickstep not represented, want to make sure they're in there.
That's Matteo Trentin
and
going
Matteo
again.
Trentin,
with
the
Daniel
sprint option. This time Cancellara decides that he has to follow.
And Stibar.
And Stibar going behind. So that's the tactical move that's driven and drawn just about everybody out, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And Geraint Thomas trying to bridge across to them as well here now. So there's still an awful lot of bike racing left to be done. 31 kilometres to go now.
Sagan, Van Marken and Kwiatkowski. 2015 world champion, 2014 world champion, and the former winner of Omloop het Nieuwsblad.
I guess every time someone like Geraint Thomas gets to the back of this kind of a group, and he's putting a certain amount of doubts into the riders on the front of that as well. We don't really want to drag him back into the race because of the climbing ability of the rider up ahead. and also from Geraint Thomas. They're two riders that they're going to struggle to get rid of.
Adi Apici, Yellow Wall Ice, has just ridden across the finish line. He's taken a shortcut as Kwiatkowski goes again like a man possessed today.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like Trentin was having a go popping out of the peloton there. He's on his way now on his own.
Trentin has to have some sort of representation in a fast finish for Edix Quickstep. If you're going to get a group of guys who are as fast as Sagan to the line, you want someone like Trentin with them.
Wonder if this is not Jakob Fuglsang on his way there with Geraint Thomas on the wheel.
Geraint Thomas going on the way. As you can see, Os is behind. This is Trentin, man from the north of Italy. Trentin, who does hail from Trento, believe it or not. Inside 30 kilometres in this 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen. Time to put the hammer down. Sagan, Van Marke, Kwiatkowski. Well, Kwiatkowski proved at E3 that he's more than just a man for the Ardennes, I think, and week-long stage races in what was a gruelling contest that exploded about 80 kilometres from the finish. It didn't settle down again, and he was at the front of it towards the end. Best of an elite group towards the final few hundred metres where he outsprinted Sagan.
This is a really interesting situation in the race here now, with so many of the favourites, well, two of the main favourites of this race going on the attack already. Made with certainly, I mean, Sepp van Marke has got to be counted into a favourite as well, but possibly slightly less than what certainly Peter Sagan and Kwiatkowski currently are. Then
we're talking 20 seconds from this group on the road already.
One of them looks to be Trentin, and one of the Sky Riders on the back of that as well. So
anything's still possible, Magnus. Kreuzberg time. Remember, the top of the Kreuzberg last year, the winning move went away. 37 seconds behind here. Kwiatkowski on the right-hand side peeling off. They're still all working together nicely, and it's in their interest to do so.
Yeah, I think the key here is for these guys to really keep the pressure on, but still work together, because someone like Kwiatkowski with climbing ability could really put, well, maybe not Sagan, but certainly Sepp van Marke into trouble, and you want to make sure that you come out on the top here with those three guys still able to work together.
2.5 kilometres on the Kreuzberg. Toughest part at 9%, 5% average slope. This is the lead of the race, still 37 seconds ahead of the three-man group we've been talking about. Still Sepp van Marke's there as Sagan leads them onto the cobbles. It's funny that Kwiatkowski won Edri Harelbeke. We talked about the curse of Onlopet Nieuwsblad earlier on. There's no such curse really with Edri Harelbeke. In fact, since it's taken place ahead of the Ronde van Vlaanderen since 1960, 10 occasions, the winner of Edri also won the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And I think you're seeing, because they're much closer together, if you're in form one week, you're likely to be in form the next.
Yeah, I think that's the case really, and you kind of use those races as well to build up on, and then to try and get yourself into that super form for the big ones. So on a pretty good form when you get into E3, and yeah, I guess it's just a question of playing the tactics right as well.
That was Gruzdev getting dropped, you saw, for the Kazakhstani team. Still Andre Greipel holding on behind. What a ride. And we say it every year about him.
Yeah.
I'd love him to turn up and try and have a win at this thing one year, because I have a feeling that he might well be up there if he gave it his all.
Yeah, maybe he would. I don't know, but I think the fact is that he pays so much respect to this race. is fantastic to see. A sprinter who goes out and then puts his heart on his sleeves and races this one flat out. Whether it's innate for his team or not, I don't really care too much. I just think it's great to see a name like Andre Greipel really turning himself inside out to give it his best.
Coming to the top of the Kreuzberg. Trentin losing power here. He's at the back of this group now, unable to get back on, and I think we might not be seeing too much of him unless there's a real recovery. It's Cancellara that's leading them up with de Volder. Third wheel there. 1 minute and 2 seconds still from the breakaway that's just about being kept going. Fantastic.
What happened to him the other week in the E3? That mechanical luck that he had with the mechanical, and the way he rode himself back into the race. He's sitting right here now thinking, is he still all right? Is he still okay? We can still do this, rather than being a defeated man. And I think that makes a world of difference.
He also knows it's now or never. He's nobody to impress anymore. There's no contract to earn. He knows he's there and he's racing for the win. In the meantime, Imanol Erviti, by the way, from the original breakaway, is still here. Vandenberg, Klaes alongside Van Baarle and Greipel. Erviti at the back. Could be forgiven for not taking a turn or two right now. 2 climbs remain. It's the final circuit. And in 10 kilometers time, 30 seconds back, we're going to have Ode Quaremont and Paterberg for the final time. These guys have got some work to do behind.
Well, there's not an awful lot of teams left to do the work. That's why we're seeing Stijn de Volder going as hard as he is now. I think what we're going to see happening is coming down towards Kreuzberg. Stijn de Volder's got to do everything that he can, and then it's a big move from Fabian Cancellara to try and...
On the Quaremont?
Before Quaremont, I think.
Well, we've only got 2 climbs left, just the Quaremont and Paterberg.
He's going to have to go on the Quaremont, because otherwise he's not going to make it across there.
Laurens de Vries joining the chase. Maybe Lars Boom is hungry as well. Evo Barsenhagen will want to profit on any move, and as you can see, Sky have representation up front with one of their main men. If it doesn't happen, one of the other men is waiting to pounce behind. There's 42 de Volder at the back. Well, what a job he's done.
Yeah, having to dig in deep here now to try and stay in the bike race and see whether he can just get a fraction of recovery to drive another time for his team leader.
Well, he must be on some form.
Oh, he's flying. He's flying, there's no doubt about that.
18 seconds the gap for Sagan, Kwiatkowski and Van Marke. 53 for this group. I wonder if Cancellara soon is going to have to do some work himself. That's what he's probably trying to avoid still.
Well, he's going to have to wait until he gets to significant obstacles, should we call it, and from there on then try and just rip the race apart, try and get some super strong riders who are then going to be keen to try and chase these guys down and go from there, or alternatively try and go on his own.
Peter Sagan has paid the price for perhaps working too much so far this season. He's had a lot of placings.
Yeah.
Is it because he's got that big right rainbow on his jersey that people expect him to work, or should he be being a bit more cute and clever about this?
I don't think he can be cute and clever, because Peter Sagan tries to be smart and tries to sit and wait for anyone else to do the work for him. Everyone just kind of stops and says, look, if you're not working, then we're not working, because you're so fast in the sprint, you're climbing so well. Whatever we do, we're on the back foot. So unless you're taking some serious turns on the front, sorry, but this is end of game then. And that's why he's found himself in this position. But I think what Peter Sagan is doing, and has done early part of this year by riding so much, is just getting himself stronger and stronger and stronger. And it's just a question of time before he's so strong that he can actually take this turn and then still do the sprint.
We've had a change behind. Katusha have come to join the chase, and that's reduced the arrears to 42 seconds from the group, and to just over 20 from this three-man group here. I could say less now, because, well, look at that, they're back together.
42 seconds between them.
I was just wondering what Ethics Quickstep were going to do, because of course they've got representation at the front, but who's been riding for most of this race at the front? It's Stijn van den Berg, the other big workhorse, this time in Ethics Quickstep colours. Of course, Ethics aren't going to chase their own man down, but Stijn de Volder, surely he can't win in a sprint from all these guys.
No, he definitely can't. So I think the question is what we're going to do here now. Difficult position for Ethics Quickstep, very difficult.
Because they've still got powder behind. They've got Stibar, they have Terpstra, they have Bonen. Trentin we saw struggling towards the back, couldn't close the gap. There's Van den Berg banging the back of his thighs. They've taken some work, haven't they, today?
They've taken a beating, there's no doubt about that.
39 seconds. This group has to get organised very quickly.
Yeah, they do, and I think it's up to the three main favourites in this, Sagan, Van Marke and Kwiatkowski, to keep on driving this and sort of settle everyone down to, say that, okay, we're going to keep on working with you, but I don't think they'll find an awful lot of people helping them. The only guys that could potentially be happy about this would be, maybe Erviti.
Oh, what a race he's done. Let's have a serious moment to praise him now, because it has been wonderful. And with the morning break, it goes away. You never expect the guys to survive to 22 kilometres to go. Erviti, hat off, whatever happens here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. What a ride he's done. Clearly on super form, and to be able to withstand that kind of sort of pressure on your legs for such a long period of time is amazing. Look at this man on the left hand here, though. Again,
De Volder has found some energy from somewhere. Pollitt has found some energy from somewhere. Trek, Segafredo and Katusha chasing. Interesting that Astana still have three men ready to work at the service of Lars Boom. Well, another 4 riders behind for them. Kwiatkowski in this front group. I think if they'd been handed this position at the start of the day, 3 or 4 riders behind, Kwiatkowski up the front in an elite group with 29 seconds, 2 climbs to go, one of which he's the fastest in history, recorded history on. I think they'd be happy, wouldn't they, Sky?
I think they should be fairly pleased with that one, yeah.
Certainly given their history and monuments, which hasn't been fantastic.
The key thing for Team Sky here now is going to be to not just sit back and be quite comfortable and happy with this one, because all hell will break loose on the Eau de Quirmont coming up here now, and they need to really make sure that, see the guys in blue there, I don't think they're going to sit and wait for this one on the Eau de Quirmont either. They're lining up all the horses to go and have a proper play here now. Same thing with Fabian Cancellara is going to have to go. Astana there with a whole bunch of very strong men as well, so Boas and Hagen, they're definitely going to want to have a go. So yeah, there's a lot of racing to be done.
It's been morphing, it's been developing, it's been changing all the time. What a bike race. 20 kilometers of the 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen remain. We have the Oude Quaremont left, we have the Paterberg left, and then 13 kilometers of flat.
Deze mannen nummer 20. Zou wel. Het worden die bondgenoten. Steen van den Berg, ja, zo werkt het.
To mark the 100th edition of this wonderful race. The world champion honouring the jersey. Winner 7 days ago in Get Well again for the second time. Looking to become only the 5th world champion to win here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a clever job by Van Baarle and potentially some of the other riders to actually get in here and ride a bit with these guys. Keep the pressure on, keep the distance up. Because if they get to the top of Oude Quaremont with still another 15 seconds gap, then they maybe they can hold on to at least halfway up the Patersberg, and then they're still in that position where they might be able to ride themselves back into the bike race again on the 13 kilometers of flat. So you got to think a couple of steps ahead all the time. It's a proper chess game today.
Rijpel will be thinking that, won't he?
Oh yeah.
If there's anything left. Sagan driving them on, 29 seconds of a gap. He was put under a lot of pressure, wasn't he, last year by Mr. Tinkoff? A lot of vocal pressure, but he responded with that World Championship win. He's been nothing short of brilliant in his combative nature, the way he rides, not just his objectives. He said he rides out of passion, not out of objectives, but of course I think he'll have a clear objective inside the last 20 Ks here.
Well,
that's to win the Tour of Flanders.
Well, of course it is. Of course it is. And I think the majority of the guys on the start line today have in one way or another always gone through the possibilities of them standing on the top of the podium this afternoon.
Kom maar eens aan. Die moet wel zo het werk doen, vind ik zo. Dat hij wel te veel werk moet doen. Veel werk staan. Positie, kan je snaren? Hoe dat verder doen? Kan je snaren?
Old Quarter Hill, the odd one out in this part of the world. It's not short and steep, it's long, it's over 2 kilometers long, it just rises and rises and rises. It's not cobbled all the way. You go through the little artisan quarter and the town on the way up, and this is all about work.
Vandenberg, they're just kicking around to get himself up to the solid wheel. Morkov on the front.
And at the front, and Vandenberg behind him, it is a bit like the artist and the artisan, isn't it?
Certainly
the gifted
is.
one and the hard-working one.
When is Fabian Cancellara going to go? Is he on the climb? Is he before the climb? Is it after the climb on the... And who's going to be able to go with him, if anyone?
Well, 27 seconds, what a gap still. The road starts to go uphill here. Cobble's not yet started. This is the head of the race, heading on to the Oude Quaremont for the last time in this 100th Tour of Flanders. Peter Sagan, the world champion, is at the front in his rainbow stripes. Behind him in the green you have Dylan van Baarle, the Dutchman. In the sky jersey, it's the former world champion and the Pole Michał Kwiatkowski. On the right-hand side, star. Dimitri Kleis is there for Wanty Group Gobert in the dark blue. On the other dark blue jersey with the black panels you have a white helmeted Stijn Vandenberg, who's done a lot of riding today. Imanol Erviti there as well from the original breakaway, and the man being dropped.
Yeah, just on this steeper part of the climb, he's finding this a bit too much with the pace, and Peter Sagan just really riding within himself, but is still so fast, and most of the guys are really struggling.
22 seconds. It's goodbye to Greipel at the moment as Sagan is taking Sepp van Marken with him.
Ethics riders on the wheel there as well. That is Stibar.
Stibar is there. Thomas is
Terpstra's
there.
on his way up.
Terpstra's trying to make his way up as well. Peter Sagan, Cancellara.
And last year's winner is not too far behind them either. He's on the wheel of Luke Rowe.
Oh, what an attack from Fabian Cancellara. We were 22 seconds of a gap going into this climb. Cancellara going straight past riders. He's aiming for the front now, and now has Peter Sagan in his sights.
Yeah, and Geraint Thomas got himself dropped from Cancellara there, but he's still got work to do. And look at this move here now.
Well, Cancellara, as the gradient eases out, has to be closed down. Erviti doesn't have the responsibility to do that as in the break. This is an exhibition by Fabian Cancellara, riding this climb competitively for the last time in his career. Frightening stuff, absolutely frightening. And with Sagan and van Marken going away, the race is happening right here, Magnus.
Terpstra, yes, nice. Go, Nicky, go!
Race or not, that was some attack. In the meantime, Sagan trying to survey the damage. For these two guys, they've just got to commit now, haven't they?
Well, they got nothing else to think about, so just get the maximum out of this, get to the Patersburg ahead of this man and ahead of the chasing bunch, because they're not going to sit there and wait for Fabian Cancellara to go to the finish. Everyone will be doing whatever they can.
Cancellara could say goodbye to this race as the greatest ever rider statistically at the Ronde van Vlaanderen. In terms of Tom Bonen, he was still towards the front, but not one of the main Ethics Quick-Step riders. He did a good job for his teammates coming into the bottom of the climb. I think work that he will want repaying this time next Sunday at Paris-Roubaix.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But I don't think this bike race is over yet, because you've got a good group behind there as well, with a couple of Astana riders, and Team Sky have sort of gone from being in a very good position to now all of a sudden being completely out of it, and yeah, they're going to need to work hard.
Imanol Erviti, I was just making sure that it wasn't Andrea Amador who'd come over and worked hard to get there. Dimitri Klaes with a good ride, with his jersey unzipped as well all the time.
Well, that just shows you how warm it is out there, but Dimitri Klaes definitely doing a big ride, and very, very solid one.
Well, Kwiatkowski now emptying himself for Geraint Thomas, I think, really working hard in this group.
Well, he needs to get back onto the group in front here with Nicky Terpstra and the rest. Nicky Terpstra driving everything he's got to get himself back on terms with Fabian Cancellara, and then it's just a small matter of a climb called Patersberg.
360 metres, up to 20% of a gradient. It is hell. Starts very soon as well. 14 seconds for Sagan and Flámska. And this is a strong group behind with Terpstra and Cancellara.
Well, they're still gonna have to just keep on working here, and I think even someone like Erviti, as soon as he gets over the top of the Patersberg, because that's going to be the difficulty for Erviti, I think, to get over that one with the likes of Terpstra and Cancellara. After that, he will drive as hard as he can, because he's riding himself into top 10 on the Ronde van Vlaanderen, and probably one of the better rides that I've seen in a long time.
Pretty impressive stuff. Terpstra, Cancellara, Erviti and Klaes all chasing. When they come around this corner, they can actually see the start of the Patersberg. They can see the pain that awaits them.
Well, already from here, you can actually see the top of the Patersberg.
Difference between the two groups on the screen. Look at all the VIPs, the people all crowded up. Refreshments have been going down all day long. The noise will be getting louder. They've seen lots and lots of racing today, with the women's race as well early on. Already one passage of the Patersberg for the men's race. The second and final passage, the final climb of this Ronde van Vlaanderen, is coming up right now. 14 seconds for Sagan and Flámska. 31 ahead of the rest of the chasing group. Cancellara, all eyes on him, chasing at 15 now. Sagan and Flámska. Flámska's never a man to do too many turns, is he? No,
definitely not. I don't think he can at this point either. He needs to. He's unsure of his ability to go up over this over the Patersberg with Peter Sagan, and with that he's trying to hold back as much as he can. And after that, I think we might see him do a few more turns, to be honest.
On to the Patersberg for the final time in this Ronde van Vlaanderen. In other races you can ride in the gutter, but that's all barriered off here. Thousands and thousands of people, 20% gradient, and the Warriors ready to fight it out for one last time in the 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen. Sagan, the world champion, just as you wanted it to be, and the retiring Fabian Cancellara chasing him. Terpstra's on his wheel for Edix Quickstep.
Oh, that's no 15 seconds anymore, I don't think.
Saying 18 to Group 2 here. I'm not too sure how it's going. Flámska driving them up there. Behind, not far away, is Cancellara. Sagan just whirring, struggling with a bit of a gear change, I think there. Back on going again. In the meantime, Bohm is attacking behind as well. Cancellara's dragging Edix Quickstep's Terpstra behind, and Geraint Thomas dropped straight away from that group.
And a man who's effectively doing his last Tour of Flanders.
Think back to last July, think back to the Tour de France, think back to that terrifying descent.
Yeah.
Sagan was going for the stage win. He ended up with, yes, another second place on the day. But with Ruben Placer going away equally mad down the descent, we saw an exhibition of descending from Peter Sagan. We saw an exhibition of knowing how to handle his bike. We saw an exhibition of being a showman, and that is exactly what he wants to show us right here. 15, 12 seconds now.
Lara wants to win this bike race. If he's going to win this bike race, he needs to bring back Peter Sagan. All that Sepp van Marken needs to do now is be bad enough to just sit on the wheel and let himself get dragged back up there, and he's got an opportunity to attack them just as they make that junction.
Remember, Sepp van Marken had a funny start today.
Yeah.
He was down, he crashed, okay, had work to do to get back on. Remember, he finished second.
That is it.
Hey Peter, come on!
Oh, daar zijn er. Nu nog 12 seconden. Grandioos de sport zien, hè.
Hey Fabian!
Ja, oké, we zijn er één rappers. En dan moet het experimenteren. Ze hadden er één rappers.
Het is te laat.
Weer het experimenteren.
Klaes, pardon me.
Also in there. What a great ride for Wanty Group Quebec though.
18 seconds for Peter Sagan now. It's growing, and he is putting in the ride of his life. Of course, he doesn't want to leave it to the sprint after giving it all this. Sagan is riding for what would be one of the greatest victories in Ronde van Vlaanderen in history, certainly given the significance, the 100th edition, the World Championships jersey, the way he went early, the way he attacked again when they were closing on him, and the way he's riding away from two men behind.
Well, definitely. I think one of the most exciting Tour of Flanders that I've actually watched throughout the years and or been part of.
Peter Sagan has yet to win a monument, remember. Finished second in Milano-San Remo, finished second in this race, both in 2013. They're his only podium finishes in a monument race. He was fourth last year. He has 19 seconds on Fabian Cancellara, who is bidding to become the most successful.
Grijpel had zijn deze. Ja. Grijpel. Goed zo. Standard.
Rider in the history of this race, and Sepp van Marken, who would be a very popular winner as a Belgian at the 100th edition, would be his first big monument win.
Yeah, it would.
No shortage of milestones, are there?
No, definitely not. 19 seconds. How good is this man on his own against Fabian Cancellara on top form?
Looks the part as well, doesn't it?
Oh.
Black shorts, black shoes, the rainbow bike, great position on the bicycle. Now that he shaved his legs again, he turned up with hairy legs for the start of the season. It was a funny matter too much to the riding, but he's heading to Oudenaarde and he's increasing his lead with 9 kilometers to go, 21 seconds now, as Van Marken struggling to take a turn. Cramp
I think he's just gone so deep to try and stay in this bike race and actually follow Cancellara when he came over the top of Patabari. I'm looking at thinking this man in the white with the rainbow stripes is certainly got an outside chance of this.
Well, there was a poll of all the great former winners of this race conducted in the newspaper Nieuwsblad before this week. Some big names like Museo was saying Greg van Avermaet, Tafi was saying Bonen as a former teammate, of course he was going to say that. Hincapie was saying Greg van Avermaet, but added up, all of them together, bit of a point system put into place, Peter Sagan came out on top. All of the big names thought that Sagan was going to take the win. 18 seconds as Cancellara can see Sagan up the road, 17 now. It's not over yet.
No, I don't think it's over yet, and I think Cancellara's just realised that he can't let Van Marken take a turn either because too much. But
Sagan trying to find every ounce of energy that's left. Has he eaten correctly? Has he watered correctly? It's be vital at this time after a 255-kilometre race. 17 seconds again, and they're willing him on. Well, Van Marken is taking a turn.
I guess for every time Sepp Van Marken takes his turn, even if he manages. Cancellara that opportunity to just catch his breath ever so slightly and then get back onto it again, and it just means that he's going to have fresher legs to come and power with.
Sagan's been on the attack for 25 kilometres now.
Yeah.
And remember, in the last few years he's been classed as a sprinter, one of those who could wait, but he's a showman as well.
Kind of guys that can do just about anything, and even if he decides that he wants to have a go on the climbing stage, he'll be there or thereabouts on that as well. So just a spectacular rider.
He won Get Wevelgem. He could actually become the first foreigner ever to win Get Wevelgem and Ronde van Vlaanderen in the same year. Bonen did it in 2012 as a Belgian. Erik van der Aarden did it in '85, as did Rick van Looy and Walter Godefroot.
Well, interesting to see there that Kroz has ridden himself back into the front end of this race again, and I just wonder, when are they going to start give Luke a bit of like team leader and actually look after him, because I think he's probably your best bet for them to do something.
Difficult with Geraint Thomas there. I think maybe the best objective for him would be for Geraint Thomas to move up and forget about classics and go on stage racing.
Yeah, but I guess it's always going to be the difficulty with any team like that when you've got so many good bike riders. But I think Luke deserves to have the opportunity to ride for himself. If nothing else, just leave.
Pozzato hier, Pozzato. Hier, Pippo, op hier. Is dat Grifko hier?
We'll follow the team leaders around and not have to do any work.
How many bottles of vodka has old Mr. Oleg Tinkov downed by this point? I hope not too many that he's not going to remember this one. No, because Peter Sagan is putting in a performance that, whether he wins or not, is probably going to be remembered for a long, long time to come. If he does win, he will be immortal in this part of the world. 13 seconds now. Is it getting worrying?
It is getting worrying, but it's also getting relatively worrying from down the back there as well, because that gap is closing down to the front, to everyone.
Lars Bohm is doing work for himself as well. Nicky Terps just chasing. 12 seconds for Sagan as the Swiss flag is waved for Fabian Cancellara. Could it be the perfect finish in Flanders for the Swiss star?
At which point, though, does Peter Sagan sit up and start thinking, okay, if I back off here now, save my legs a little bit, let these guys catch me and I'll still win the sprint.
I think history and recent history has shown that he's not always as strong in the sprint as he used to be.
And certainly not.
Not against Cancellara, who's shown to be, after 260 Ks, one of the fastest men in the world, bizarrely.
And certainly, yeah, like you're saying, at this point in the bike race, after a hard race like this, he's not the outright bunch sprinter that he is in a Grand Tour when he's just looking to be an outright bunch sprinter. So, yeah, I think
fascinating.
It's going out 15 seconds.
Clash of the Titans here at the 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen, of which 5 kilometers remain. The Tour de Flanders has it all.
7-8 minutes of riding.
Can he keep it going? Remember, he had 15 seconds at the top of the Paterberg. That was 8 kilometers ago. He got it out to 21, 22 seconds. 14 now is the gap, and we'll probably get a time gap here.
We rijden wel ook op, hè? Van de Quickstep.
Burying his head into the effort. So difficult not to go too far into the red, isn't it?
But looking at a rider who's now on his absolute limit, giving it everything he has after 250 kilometers of racing, and he's still so smooth on the pedals. Just, yeah, beautiful to watch.
Cancellara and Van Marke, and of course we're thinking about Cancellara. What does Van Marke have left? Great week for him, of course. This is Group 4, Bonen, Os and Lutsenko. Chasing in behind as well. Not too far behind. Bonen's thinking of a dream final top 10 for him maybe, but it's a lot of work to do.
There's a certain amount of work left to do, but you've got to give it to Tom Bonen for not giving up and keep on fighting to get back in here. Christoph in here as well. That's a solid defense for his
18 seconds for Peter Sagan. It's not shifting, it's not budging. He's 4 kilometers from the line now. The rainbow stripes proud on his back. Peter Sagan still sits majestically on his bike, still pedals away. Remember, no Slovakians ever won a monument either. So many milestones, so many records that he could shatter if he's the first to finish across the line. And of course the dreams of Fabian Cancellara to become the greatest rider in the history of this race would also be shattered if Sagan were to do it. Cancellara on the right in the white and black. His partner in crime at 20 seconds behind now is Sepp Van Marke. What a day, what a race. And this is what we become accustomed to now in this Tour of Flanders. It just seems it's flat, not downhill as the old running used to be in Merwede. It's that little bit longer, I think. And it's that little bit of a waiting game we have to play. The excitement and almost the nerves just creeping, even for us in the commentary box. 23 seconds now for Sagan. This is quite a show.
Yeah, it certainly is. Peter Sagan now really having to dig deep on this one, and even he's rocking on the bike. What a nail biter.
No rider has won in the rainbow jersey since 2006. The last man to do it was Tom Bonen. Sagan can become the 5th reigning world road race champion to win the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And listen to this list. Louis Bobet, 1955. Rick van Looy, 1962. Eddy Merckx, 1975. Tom Bonen, 2006. He would join quite a select club.
That is, it's quite a nice company to hang out in, to be fair.
24 seconds with 3 kilometers remaining. The gap continuing to go. Magnus, is this over?
I think this is it. I think we're looking at the winner of Tour of Flanders, bar any kind of mechanical mishaps, and I do hope I'm not doing
don't do that to us, Magnus.
The curse of the commentator on this man. What a great bike rider he is.
Well, so far in the cobbles this season, second at Omloop at Nieuwsblad, 7th the day after in Kuurne, Brussels, Kuurne. He was again a bridesmaid in Edri, Harold Baker, as there's encouragement for Van Marker inside. To try and close down that gap. 2 to go now with 24 seconds for Peter Sagan. Remember, after E3 he finally took the winner in Gent-Wevelgem. He's not been out the top 7 on the cobbles so far this season. He's been consistent. We mentioned that his team were top of the UCI World Tour ranking. He is now top of the UCI World Tour rankings, and if he wins it today, well, what a start of the year. And if there's a way to honour the world champions rainbow jersey, it's this. It's winning the 100th Ronde van Vlaanderen with such panache, such style on the roads of the Flemish Ardennes.
And it's just a gutsy performance and ride, and actually not waiting for everyone else to make the bike race, but actually decided, you know what, if you're going to compete with me, you're going to have to follow me, and I'm going to show you how it's done.
I'm in awe. I'm almost breathless and speechless here. 1.4 kilometers to go, pardon me. 25 seconds as Vandenberg still has what it's got to try and improve his place. What a rider he is as well. 50 seconds back. There's going to be no podium for him. It looks as though it is going to be a first place for Peter Sagan, and at this point, as he goes under the Flamme Rouge, he might even have time to celebrate. Peter Sagan is going to do it. Leads the UCI World Tour rankings. He is the world champion. Sagan attacking well before the finish line, taking riders with him, dispensing of those on the climbs, showing on the Paterberg that when Cancellara was just a few bike lengths behind, he still had what it took to go out and take the win. And he's here, time trialing away, riding for his life against one of the greatest time trialists that we've ever seen in Fabian Cancellara, a man who's won 2 races against the clock just this season. It's the power of the rainbow jersey, it's the power of Sagan. The Slovakian flag flies with 400 meters to go, and he is going to be the first ever Slovakian winner of a monument. 18 attempts at doing this, and finally Sagan is there. He showed that he has both power. As the 100th winner of the Ronde van Vlaanderen, the Tour of Flanders. It's the 100th edition. He's there, the rainbow jersey on show. Peter Sagan makes it a fairy tale edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And after 6 hours, 10 minutes, that is quite a show for the greatest showman that cycling has in the modern era. Peter Sagan.
Blows his cheeks out. Van Mark crosses the line. Peter Sagan is suitably mobbed by the media, and the race goes on its last poem. Is it? No, just coming to the
Alors on va l'écouter.
Winner of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Handshake, hug, class on and off the bike. And for the perfect race. Celebrating its special day, we have the perfect